If you haven't switched your mobile phones off, then please do so, or please put them to silent. Can everyone hear and see me okay? My name is Mike Warden, and I'm a Chartered Town Planner. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State, along with Thomas Hatfield, to hold this examination and to produce a report of our conclusions and recommendations with regard to soundness. Both of us are in this session together, and we will both be asking questions this morning. The Programme Officer for the examination is Annette Feeney, who you're likely to already have contact with, and outside of the hearing sessions, please make contact with through Annette. And if you've got any particular difficulties in terms of accessing the team's site, then please contact Annette. Today's session relates to matter 8, which will cover the East Norwich strategic regeneration area. It's not our intention to revisit all matters that were discussed in earlier hearing sessions relating to this site. Instead, the discussion will focus on the 4 additional questions that we've set out. And as previously stated, we will not be considering the merits of emission sites during the examination. Our guidance note outlines the procedure to be followed at the hearing sessions. This morning's session will run from 9:30 to around about 1 o'clock, with a short break taken halfway through. The hearings will be in the form of a structured discussion, which Mr. Hatfield and I shall lead. The agenda will follow the matters issues that have already been published. If you wish to speak on a certain matter, then please use the raise hand function on the toolbar, and we will come to you at an appropriate time. Also, when people speak, it would be helpful if they could refer to the documents that are on the website, and if necessary, the document number, since most of us are actually working in a virtual setting and using the website to find documents, so that would be really helpful. Is it possible now that everyone can please introduce themselves? And I'd like to start with the partnership.
Good morning. My name's Graham Nelson. I am Executive Director of Development and City Services for Norwich City Council, but representing the Greater Norwich Development Partnership here today.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you. Is anyone else speaking in relation to this matter from the council, Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, we have Simon Bird here, who can introduce himself.
I'm here on behalf of the partnership, and I'm providing legal support.
Thank you.
And we also have down in London the team from Avison Young, who've been leading on the preparation of the East Norwich Master Plan, Martin Saunders and Kimberly Greaveson, who I'm sure can also just briefly introduce themselves.
Good morning, as Graham said, Martin Saunders. I've been the overall project director for the East Norwich Master Plan and draft SPD preparation.
Morning, I'm Kim Greaveson. I am a principal within the development team at Avison Young, and I've been supporting Martin in preparation of the document, particularly focusing on areas of viability and deliverability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can others please introduce themselves?
So yes, good morning. It's Satnam Chung here of Council for Hallsbury Homes.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. Thank you.
And hello, it's Harry Bennett, Senior Planner at Lichfields, again on Hallsbury Homes with Satnam. Hello.
Thank you very much.
Hi there, I'm Sid Hadjuanu of Turley. I'm agent representing Fuel Properties Norwich Limited, Carrow Worksite.
Thank you very much. Are you on your own, Mr. Hadjuanu?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I'm Sam Harper, Director at First Plan Planning Consultants, representing National Grid and RWE in respect of the utility site.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Debbie Mack, Historic Environment Planning Advisor from Historic England, and I'm joined today by my colleague Claire Campbell, who can introduce herself.
Good morning. I'm Claire Campbell. I'm the Development Vice Team Leader with Historic England, here today with Debbie Mack.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is anyone who've not picked up?
Good morning, sir. It's Peter Freer and James Bailey from James Bailey Planning, acting on behalf of Welbeck Land.
Thank you, Mr. Freer. I didn't catch the other person. You just broke up.
James Bailey.
James Bailey. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we please start with, we'll start with question number 1. And question number 1, we'll move into the discussion on question number 2, but question number 1 is about the capacity of the site. And can I just understand from the partnership what the position is, please, in respect of the total numbers expected on the site now from that in the submitted plan, and briefly the reasons for that, and then we can go on to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I lead the response, others will be able to chip in as necessary. Before I start, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, yes.
Good. I'll just, if you will permit me, just to run through some of the story to how we've got to this particular point, which I hope will answer your question fully. As you were aware, we started this process with a high-level assumption of what the capacity would be for the area, and that was derived from the 5th studio study, which is document reference D1.4M, which we commissioned in 2018 and came up with that 4,000 policy figure, 4,000 home figure that originally featured in the policy 7.1 of the submitted plan. Since then, things have moved on considerably through the master plan process, which Avis and Young have been leading for us. Effectively, that fell into 2 stages. The first stage being up to November last year, on which the information that we shared with you in February was largely based, and that consisted a comprehensive review of the constraints and opportunities prevented sort of on the site through consideration of environmental, ecological, heritage, infrastructure, flooding factors to determine the extent of the developable land, sort of preparation of a scaled master plan concept scheme with new development concentrated within the developable zones, and with significant areas of development land being set aside for non-residential uses. The use mix in the concept master plan was determined through a market analysis and engagement with the sort of strong East Norwich partnership, stakeholders and the community. We had 2 rounds of public consultation in July and October last year, and an ongoing process of engagement with stakeholders. Assumptions were made on the split of housing and flatted to reflect the housing needs and to respond to anticipated absorption rates in the market, and this process resulted in the housing capacity in the stage 1 master plan of 3,469 homes for East Norwich as a whole, of which you would then reduce to 3,231 for the area that lies within the plan area, effectively, because 238 of the units lie within the area that's covered by the Broads Authority within part of the utilities site and out width of the plan area. So that was considered to be a reasonable estimate at the time of what might be able to be delivered overall based on a sensible proportionate set of assumptions. However, the stage 1 master plan noted that it was illustrative and a high level framework and needed to be developed in the stage 2 process. So it was always the expectation that the housing figure was likely to be the subject of further refinement based on the more detailed examination of viability, infrastructure cost, and the continuing stakeholder engagement. And that's the stage 2 process that we've been through between November and last year and April this, that effectively culminated in our Cabinet's endorsement of that stage 2 master plan in June. So the focus of that stage 2 process was on revisions to the master plan and the drafting of an early draft of the SPD, both of which have been informed in turn by an infrastructure delivery plan and a delivery strategy, which have all been submitted to you and you've got able to see. So several additional studies were undertaken to inform this evolving master plan. We did feasibility work in relation to the underpass connection between Carrow Works and the Deal Ground. We did additional flood modelling, and we did a lot of further work in relation to heritage matters driven by Historic England's comprehensive reconsideration of all the listing entries across the site, which we commissioned during the summer of 2021 and were produced later in the year. So in addition, stakeholder consultation was undertaken November to December last year, and we produced an early version of the emerging SPD for engagement with the County Council, Historic England and Network Rail, for instance. So feedback from that process is set out in document, it's B30.4, which was the bridging document that was appended to the Cabinet report of June 2022, and that resulted in a number of changes to the master plan and the SPD, with implications for housing numbers. So we made certain changes to reflect the heritage assessment to improve the setting of Carrow Abbey through appropriately scaled new development framing the Abbey ground and clearly demarcating but not encroaching into the extent of the scheduled monument, and improvement of the settings of St Andrew's Church in Trowse. And I also think some minor amendments were made to reflect the grade 2-star listing of the conservatory building on Carrow House. Distribution of land uses and housing densities were amended. Some housing densities were increased in the area east of Carrow Abbey. The amount of employment land uses were rationalised, particularly in the northern part of the Carrow Works and the Deal Ground, resulting in an increase in the amount of residential development there, and a change was made to mitigate against the potential adverse environmental conditions associated with the asphalt plant and the aggregate processing on the rail sidings, resulting in a more intensive employment-led development north of the pumping station on the Deal Ground. County wildlife site boundary changes were also used to inform the extent of the housing development area on the Deal Ground, so that led to some changes. As a result of this process of refinement, the master plan layout was revised. Both the housing and employment numbers in the stage 2 master plan and the SPD have been amended accordingly, with the housing capacity site for the entirety of the East Norwich master plan area being now the figure of 3,633, of which 3,362 are within the Broads Authority portion of it. So the appropriate local plan figure is 3,362, overall employment provision of at least 4,100 jobs. So that clearly represents a decrease from the starting point of 4,000 units in the submitted policy. However, the resultant housing figure is based on what we consider to be a robust assessment of evidence and response to stakeholder feedback during the master plan processing. Given it's a brownfield site adjacent or close to the city centre, the objective is to seek to provide for the optimum and most effective use of land in this highly sustainable location. expansion that's supported by necessary physical and social infrastructure needed to deliver high quality placemaking for the new quarter of the city, and which creates the most positive context for ensuring the scheme's viability going forward. So the approach is still at a high level, but it's considered a sufficient level of detail for master planning at this particular stage. Further work will follow on from the master plan process, and particularly where the next stage of it is effectively going to be led by Homes England, and who are at the moment shortly going to publish a sort of scope for further works to get bids in. They've provisionally set aside a budget of £120,000 to complete work over the next 6 months, looking particularly to build a detailed financial model, applying it and having an ability to run sensitivity testing in relation to that model on different assumptions, and then using that to come up with an appraisal of various delivery options to potentially set the case and establish and assist in drawing up business cases for potential investment of various means, which is where they stand on that work. As I say, we're expecting that to be completed by the end of this calendar year. Just before I pause, perhaps the other matter I ought to just mention in opening is just clearly in relation to question 2, which, as you note, is quite closely linked to question 1. The figures that were contained in our document reference E8.12, the response to the matters document in relation to that, were drawn about annual delivery rates were drawn from the delivery justification report that was produced effectively in February and March following engagement with landowners. That has now clearly, that predated the announcements on nutrient neutrality, and also you will see Turley are representing Fuel Properties, the prospective owner of the Carrow Works site here today, and both those factors have led to a reconsideration effectively of that rate of trajectory, which the early delivery will need to be readjusted. We haven't run a detailed and submitted a detailed updated trajectory at this stage. That's a work in progress for us, because as you appreciate where we are with nutrient neutrality, we'll have a far better idea of what the implications of that are going to be following further work over the summer involving Natural England. I think that's all I wanted to say by way of introduction and update. Happy to take any questions or take it in any direction you feel fit.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you. That's very helpful background, and we'll pick up some of those points as we move through the session this morning. Can I just get some understanding of the total figure in terms of expected delivery on the whole site by individual components of that site, so that we're clear? And then I'd like to invite others to comment whether that is their understanding as well, particularly those who have got land ownership interest in the site. So the position of the partnership now is that there is the site in total has 3,633 capacity, of which in the plan area it's 3,362 because of the area which in the board's authority. What is the partnership's breakdown on that per individual site component?
Okay, taking it in stages, of that 3,362 figure, the breakdown is as follows. Deal ground is 1,099. The Maygurney site is 158. The Carrow Works site, that includes both the Carrow Works area in fuel properties prospective ownership and the site of Carrow House includes 1692. And I don't know if this is relevant to your notes, but obviously fuel properties representations suggest that the area in their prospective ownership has a capacity of 1856 alone. And then moving to the utilities site, the figure within our the GNLP plan area is 413.
Four three zero.
No, 413. Sorry, 413.
Thank you. Can I ask fuel properties, please, whether they agree with that assumption on their site?
Yes, of course. We do agree with that assumption. Firstly, because we are due this week to submit a hybrid planning application, which shows a figure of actually 1,859, so 4 more than what I put in my statement. I do apologise for that. Over a period up to 2040 in terms of delivery. So I think the difference is 198, which brings us, if you bear with me a second, to a figure of 1665 for Carrow Works in the plan period. Now, I can only comment on the Carrow Works site for fuel properties and what that can deliver based on the evidence and the information I have in front of me and the application indeed that we're putting in. It does exclude the Carrow House site, but I'll let Graham discuss what the plans are for that site. So I am comfortable that that figure is obtainable. Indeed, my predecessor, Iceni projects, which I think may have been before you earlier on this year, were promoting the original higher figure. Now that I have the detail, I think the figure the council are putting forward is the realistic one. And we can effectively contribute a significant portion of that.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to that. But Mr. Nelson, thank you.
Do you want me just to quickly complete that by breaking down the figure in relation to the Carrow Works site? There is no assumption in the master plan about conversion of the existing building that at the moment is being converted by the council or refurbished by the council to be office accommodation, albeit that was funded on a meanwhile basis. So the master plan gives some flexibility about the future potential use of the current building on the site. The assumption in the master plan for the site is 67 dwellings that is based on the open area effectively of the car park at the southern end of the site being redeveloped for residential homes.
So do the figures that fuel properties have highlighted, and do they accord? Because you said Carrow Works and fuel properties would be 1692.
There is a slight discrepancy between those two figures because they're coming around from slightly different processes. As I say, from local plan purposes overall, I would suggest they're broadly consistent, but actually what fuel are suggesting is they will be able to increase the capacity from where the analysis in the master plan is, but they will take slightly longer to deliver. That may go beyond the plan period. The assumption in the master plan is effectively that 1692 figure, which is a lower figure than where fuel think the capacity lands. But the assumption is that that will be delivered entirely, it will be completed before 2038.
What in the fuel application that is due in, perhaps you could just tell me where that is up to. I understand there's some contractual issue for it to come in July, and you've said that it's due to be submitted. I noticed it was going to be submitted in June. So perhaps you could just tell me when it's going to be submitted, but also how many units will be within that planning application.
Is that a question for me?
It is, yes, please.
So, for contractual reasons, the application end date for it being sent over to the Unilever and Britvic landowners was the end of June. And the submission date confirmation contractually is the 8th of July. So this application will be in by close of play this Friday. And the figure contained therein is 1,859 units. 1,859.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up question, please, Mr. Gianni?
Of course you may.
As you were speaking, I just revisited your hearing statement. You mentioned a moment ago, if I've noted it correctly, that on your estimation, the 1,665 completions within the plan period, 2036. I noted that correctly. Is that what you said?
I think the figure I said was close. It was 1,662.
Never been good at writing fives. It doesn't feel like it. Just a quick follow-up question from that. I'm looking at your statement, and it's the table under paragraph 2.13. Last three rows in that table indicate that around 500 dwellings, at least in that estimation, come forward after the plan period. So you revised your position since producing the statement to reach the figure of 1,662.
Sorry, you broke up a bit there, but I think I understood your question. So if you just bear with me a second.
Sure, I mean, I'm happy to repeat if that assists.
So if I can confirm, we're going up to 2038 plan period.
My understanding was is it 2036 the full plan period? I mean, the Part 1 master plan refers to a plan period of 2015 to 2036.
2036.
So Part 1.
Okay, fine. So in that case, your figure is correct.
The plan period is 2038.
Sorry,
the end of the plan period.
Right. Okay. Apologies, I've missed. I think there's a couple of references to 2036 in the Part 1 local plan. If I've misinterpreted those, apologies.
I think when it was the originally intention for that, so there might be some errors in that. They ought to be changed to 2038.
Okay. I can highlight those separately. There's 4 or 5 references. So then effectively, if that's the case, the 1,662 assumed by Mr. Gianni's figures quite close to the 1,692 assumed by the partnership. That's correct, isn't it?
Okay. Is that if the question, Mr. Hatfield?
That concludes my interjection. Yeah, thank you.
That's all right. Do Historic England wish to comment on this at the moment whilst we're discussing the Carrow Works site? We'll come to policy later, but we're looking at numbers now.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to hear. I'd be interested to hear from you.
Thank you. Yes, we would like to make some comments in relation to capacity, if we may. It is encouraging to see that some changes have been made to the master plan in response to some of our previous concerns about capacity. We're pleased to see that there is more open space around the church, and that the line of development has been moved back from the Grade 2 star conservatory. Those are positive changes, albeit in our view perhaps do not go quite as far as we may have wished. But we recognise that they are improvements and that the capacity of the site has come down. However, we do still have some concerns about the capacity of the site, particularly in the area to the south of the Abbey. And I will introduce my colleague in a moment, Claire Campbell, who will explain a little bit more about the reasons for our concerns there, but also in relation to heights, which actually I think have become less clear in the next iteration of the master plan. So that's our overall impression. We're pleased the numbers have come down, but we still do have some reservations. And I'll hand over now to Claire, who will explain a little bit more about what those concerns are and the areas of the site where we maintain those concerns, if that's okay. Claire.
Thank you. Yes, if it's okay, I will briefly just reiterate the significance of the site, as that's where our concerns flow from. So here you have a site with a remarkable history dating from its medieval monastic origins through to the 19th and 20th century history, when the Coleman family established their industrial works on the site, together with their own domestic and ancillary buildings and landscape for their own private use. And what's notable about this phase is the conscious separation of the industrial works from the domestic area associated with Carrow House and Carrow Abbey. So here you have a successful industrial family creating a particular domestic environment of a small villa or sort of mini country estate on the edge of the city, screened from the works by the topography and planting. Now, there's been some erosion of that with some later 20th century development on the Abbey site, but to the south of the Abbey, you still retain the open setting with the historic approach past the stable cottage and the lodge and gardener's cottage and onto the Abbey. So that connection and relationship between the Abbey, the ancillary buildings, which you see in their location and architectural language, and the landscape setting very much contributes to the significance of the Abbey itself. And it's that we're keen to see retained and enhanced with any future development. So just looking at the changes that have been proposed through the Stage 2 master plan, and they're seen in, I think the reference is B30.4 and it's figure 7, which shows the changes. So Stage 1, you have an area of housing to the south of the Abbey around the stable cottage and between the entrance and the lodge building. The Stage 2 proposal shows that much of the previously proposed housing remains, but with a route to the Abbey punched through this, passing the stable cottages. And that doesn't resolve the concerns we raised previously, because it still fundamentally changes the open character of that area to a residential setting, eroding the approach to the Abbey and its open setting, and separating the ancillary buildings from each other and from the stable cottages from the Abbey. So development of this nature we consider would result in a high level of harm.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
what have you got a view on capacity? I've heard what you said about potential harm, but have you got what is your view on the figures that have been suggested for the Carrow Work site in terms of numbers?
Thank you. It was interesting hearing some of the comments a little bit earlier. I think somebody mentioned 67 dwellings in the area of the open car park. Is that correct? No, I'm seeing a shaking head.
That was in relation to the Carrow House site and the potential development on the car park there. If it helps, we did a little bit of work on the assumptions around the capacity in the area to the south of the Abbey that you're talking about, and It's between 40 and 50 homes. If you wanted a precise figure, we would estimate the figure as 41 based on the sort of matting work that has been done.
Thank you, that's very helpful. So that, just to clarify, is in area 6, is that right?
Sorry, I'm to be honest, it's the area around what we're terming Heritage Building H09. So it's the current car park site that is obviously the across there. So yes, the area to the west of the distribution centre, but to the south of the Abbey. I don't.
Well, assuming that's also area 6 on page 9 of the bridging document, and I think it is, then that's really helpful.
I'm told it is, yes.
Thank you. So I think it's the removal of that portion of development that we would be particularly keen to see. Yes, we do still have some other concerns elsewhere, but this is the main area of our concern. And if it's the 41 dwellings that Mr. Nelson has just mentioned, that is the area that we would particularly like to see free of built development, left open, with enhanced landscaping to improve the setting of the Abbey and that approach that Ms. Campbell has just explained to you.
Thank you. Mr. Hadianu.
Thank you. May I just add and clarify the position on this? The fuel master plan is currently showing 21 units in the area in question. I appreciate there's a bit of difference between the master plan work and what we're showing, but the figure for our purposes is 21 in terms of additional built form in the area mentioned for both Debbie and Claire.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Just by way of a reaction, I mean, we think that the master plan that has been prepared with the figures that we introduced provides a robust and appropriate basis for assessing any application that comes in on this site. We think that to specifically adjust it at this stage to rule out any possibility of development in that area at the south of the Abbey site is a disproportionate and over the top reaction. I can understand the desire to deliver a significant improvement to the setting of the Abbey, but I'm keen to allow the flexibility for the local authority to take a view about the development overall, and would point out that through the removal of the industrial scale buildings to the east of the Abbey itself, I think taken as a whole, there is a considerable level of benefit that will result from the development to the setting of that very important listed building, and of course that the use that is currently subject to, that land to the south of the Abbey, is effectively pre-developed land, and you know the use as a open and somewhat scruffy car park at the moment is probably not ideal, and so for those reasons we would be keen to retain the flexibility within the policy not to specifically include or exclude the possibility of development on there. I've got a slight reservation about where we are with terms of figures, because there's almost, you know, the figures are what they are, but the policy doesn't require either that level of figure to be delivered, or it's not a capacity or a minimum. It's an approximation of what we think reasonably could deliver. So it's a guide, not a fixed thing. So we're always going to be just using that as a guide to inform the development management process based on the process that we've done at this stage.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Ms. Mack.
Thank you. We very much appreciate that the master plan is simply a tool in some ways to help inform the policy. This is the way that has been chosen through this local plan. not necessarily the way that we had originally recommended through an HIA, which would have set out which areas were significant and what areas should have been left open and so on. But it is what we're working with, and that's good. It's really helpful to have that illustrated, and it enables us to make some degree of assessment as to what the likely implications are in terms of harm to heritage assets. It is not a new view of ours that that area to the south of the Abbey should be kept open. It is a view that we have put in writing to the council before, and that we have previously expressed at the hearing. And whilst we recognise that not all of our requests will necessarily be followed, there are many different competing interests for a site such as this, and we acknowledge that and recognise there needs to be some compromise. But for us, that is the key area in terms of heritage significance, and we have set out our reasoning as to why we think it should be left open. Now, the figures here are, as Mr. Nelson said, in some ways neither here nor there, because the policy is not talking about specific figures for particular areas. But we consider that it is important that the policy does set out some key principles and parameters for protecting the historic environment. And that is why, when we come to question 4, we will explain why we consider that that is important and that area should be left open. I think there was a further element of concern in relation to capacity that we mentioned in our hearing statement, and that was the issue of heights, and I mentioned in our introduction. And perhaps I can hand over again to Ms. Campbell to explain a little bit more about our concerns in that area. So it's not just to do with geographical spread of development and that area to the south of the Abbey, but it's also to do with what we perceive as some concerns over height. So, Ms. Campbell, would you like to explain in a bit more detail?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I've already talked about the dual character of the site between the industrial part and the domestic part, and that separation between the two, and how that landscape setting around the Abbey and Carrow House contributes to their significance. So any erosion of that, for example, not only by building on the immediate site, but say visual intrusion of taller buildings into the Abbey site, would be harmful. And our concern remains that in the absence of assessment of height, it's hard to assess the extent to which the building heights proposed would be harmful. And I think that there are two different approaches to setting out potential building heights between the stage 1 and stage 2 master plan. It's a little hard to distinguish between the sort of colour coding for all the building heights in stage 1, but it appears that there may be a slight increase in height between the stage 1 and stage 2 proposals. And what there is a more generalised approach to heights in stage 2. So the approach here is to sort of encircle an area and provide a range of heights across it. So whereas in stage 1 you might have had an indication of the proportion of buildings that might be at the lower range of that height compared to the higher range, that's less clear in stage 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, so the concerns from Historic England in relation to height, how might that affect the numbers? Or are you satisfied that their concerns could be addressed within the numbers that you've provided?
Well, I'm not sure that the debate around the numbers actually unlocks the issue that Historic England are raising concerns about in the most thorough way, and I do think there's until with a planning application due in at the end of this week on this area, I do think that the heritage impact assessment issues and the more detailed consideration you can do at the development management stage is going to answer a lot of these more questions effectively, more fully when you've seen the detail of that scheme. But I was pleased to see that Martin's just raised his hands, because just dealing with the points that Claire made around the change between stage 1 and the stage 2 master plans around building heights, we've taken a slightly different approach at stage 2, but the impact and the intention of taking that approach is to actually reduce the risk of having parameters that actually would allow for any harm to the heritage assets here. So overall, the stage 2 version, we think we have adjusted appropriately through a logical process to reflect the heritage concerns. But of course, what we are driven by is a desire to see a total viable package here that works and something that can actually be delivered. So there's always a slightly broader set of considerations that the local planning authority necessarily have to take into account than the sectoral interest of historic England. But can I hand over to Martin, who I think will be able to elaborate more fully on the change between stage 1 and stage 2 and how the height assessment has actually changed?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. And I suppose the reason for seeking to support on this one was really to hopefully reassure that the move from stage 1 to stage 2 was based on some of the feedback we had from historic England. Obviously, I should say that again, I work for Avon Young rather than Allies and Morrison, so I'm not the urban design master planner on the scheme. But certainly the process we've been through has been to reflect on the comments that did come back from all stakeholders through the stage 1 process around the height, the massing, the approach to development across the site. And what we have in terms of the question I think you asked around what would a change in height do to the numbers, and taking Mr. Nelson's point on board that isn't necessarily unlocking the conversation. What we have looked at is, our numbers, our capacity for Carrow Works is not based on being at the upper end of that range on every one of our identified potential development plots. So there is a drawn scheme that you've all seen in the draft master plan SPD and in the master plan summary documents, so B30.5 and B30.6, that starts to look at how the site could be laid out. Obviously, more detail will come from colleagues at Fuel in due course. But that really responds to Allies and Morrison's interpretation and approach to designing the master plan with those heritage issues really at the heart. And if you look through the master plan SPD in particular, that thread of heritage-led regeneration sits at the heart of everything that we've done through the project. So we do have along the banks of the Wensum on the Carrow Works site a mix of heights. Typically, they do not exceed what is already there. We have to remember that we have some quite significant buildings on the waterfront already. I think the height strategy for Carrow Works has been to not exceed that, and therefore to actually improve the setting by articulating that. Particularly, obviously, we have our listed and designated and non-designated heritage assets to the east, so left block, that area, and then we have other assets as we go through which are less historically significant. But do create quite a wall in terms of the built form along the Wensum. So certainly the way the workings and the thought process through the master plan has been to articulate that a little bit more, create better views across, notwithstanding the screening that we get from the mature trees between the Abbey and those buildings already. And then from there, obviously we have a zone along our character area, which is our waterside character area, which touches into the deal ground as well and onto the utility site. That whole about how we create an arrival point, slightly cliche phrase, but a gateway to the city from the Broad, and creating that move into rural to urban. And the height strategy really focused in on how we work with that. So on Carrow Works specifically, not looking to exceed what we have on site already in any significant way, and also reflecting the character that we have to the south of Geoffrey Watling Way on the north bank of the river, so that we do create a good form along the river. The honest answer is the greater height within that range actually doesn't sit on the Carrow Works site. When you look at the plans from stage 1 and as we've moved into stage 2, the greater height sits in the much lower significant area of the waterfront around the utility site. and particularly reflecting some of the historic structures that were there from the power station. So again, that height strategy is a bigger area. Obviously, we've drawn it so that it sits on particular sites, but there is a height strategy there. So we do have the ability to distribute height in different ways across that. But again, just to go back to the original question, our massing, our numbers are not predicated on having 10 stories, which is our black ring and figure 38 in the master plan SPD on page 107 of document B30.6. It's not predicated on that. It is, as I said, articulated across the whole area. So we don't need all buildings at 10 stories to be able to make our numbers, and most of those taller elements sit outside of the Carrow Works site because we have designed it specifically to respect that heritage sort of setting and ensure there is no harm to the setting of those important assets going forward.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Saunders. I want to move off this point. I've heard I think I've heard enough that I need to know in relation to heights. Obviously, we can come back to the question of policy later, and we're not assessing the master plan. Those discussions will take place outside of the local plan process. I just wonder whether I could just ask Field Properties about the nature of the application that is coming in. You said it's a hybrid application, but does that include a school, which was mentioned in previous documents?
Okay, yes, of course. It is a hybrid application, part full, part outline. The full element covering all the areas which comprise heritage assets, including the scheduled ancient monument. Then obviously an outline part of the site, which covers the later industrial buildings to the north of the site and to the east. There is provision in our floor space figures and use class that we're applying for a school alongside other uses. But to confirm at the current time whether a school and what format it will take, we're not in a position to do that. As you may appreciate or may not appreciate, there's quite a lot of infrastructure that is associated with this scheme, including obligations that would normally be required, etc. So those discussions will be ongoing with development management officers once the application is submitted. So to answer your question as best I can, our clients are committed to exploring the provision of a school on the site.
So the description of development will include a school, but that will be within the outline part of that application.
Because of the restricted nature of the full, in terms of the heritage assets, in the main there is repurposing of existing heritage assets as opposed to significant new development, with the exception of a few residential dwellings, which Historic England were talking about to the south of Carrow Abbey. So yes, it will form part of the outline.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, do you have a comment on that?
I really don't want to get drawn too much about anything about the potential form or the acceptability of an application that I haven't yet seen and hasn't yet been submitted to the council. All I would say by way of response is that the information that we've seen to date from the County Education Authority makes clear that this scale of development will create a very clear case for that school to be provided, and their advice has always been that across the wider part of East Norwich, Carrow Works is by far the most accessible part of East Norwich to provide that appropriate location for the school. So that would be our starting point in considering the matter.
Thank you. And can I just ask Phil about, we'll come on to deliverability and delivery assumptions in question 2 in a moment, but in relation to the development, what are your intentions in terms of appointing a developer or house builder to build out this site?
Okay, so I've articulated in my statement of discussions, which obviously come with commercial confidentiality or non-disclosure agreements. So I can't identify who the parties are, but there have been several discussions, some of which are exchange with a range of house builders, including affordable housing providers, and including actual commercial operators for the commercial floor space. So those discussions by few are at an advanced stage to, in effect, assemble the site for delivery.
Can I just ask a quick question, please, Mr. Hadjiani?
Of course.
Will the hybrid application include an affordable housing contribution?
It will. Sorry, I lost you at the end, but I think you said what percentage? Is that correct?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, so the scheme will be providing affordable housing, but as with the school and all the other infrastructure, that will be form part of discussions with development management of the council, and may include viability assessment. So I cannot confirm at the current time what the percentage is.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield. Mr. Hatfield, do you have any more questions on the Carrow Works site before we move off, recognising we will come back to delivery in a moment?
Nothing further on question 1 from me.
Thank you. Can we just go back to the figures in relation that Mr. Nelson, you set out at the start on the deal ground and May Gurney, and you said on the deal ground there was 1,099 and May Gurney 1,158. We don't have service property in the session, but can you just does anybody wish to comment on the capacity in relation to the deal ground and the May Gurney site? Mr. Bennett.
Good morning. As set out in our matter statement, and unfortunately, I guess they're not here to do this, but we was just to sort of be great if we could have some clarification on how that site is going to come forward with the existing permission, which is for 670 homes across the whole site, excluding Max Gurney, I believe. I think it's the deal ground, the area shaded in blue on a map that they submitted, and sort of how that's going to work with, I guess, a drop-in application for more dwellings to reach the capacity of 1,257 across that wider site. Be helpful to have clarification on that, but appreciate that they're not here to defend, well, to provide that position. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, can you help us with that?
I will try, and clearly you've seen, I'm just trying to dig out the documents E8.18 and E8.18A that Sirius Property Company have submitted to the examination, but the extant consent, say 670 homes covering both the deal ground and the May Gurney site, you can break that down via the parameters plans that were approved. The approved figure for the May Gurney within that outline consent is 60 to 80 homes that has already been effectively approved, and that is less the area, if you, I don't know if you can call it up, but plan E 118A, you will see an area of that site that was previously reserved for provision of an office space for the previous occupiers of that site. That was a contractual requirement at the time. That's now lapsed, and then the informally we've seen plans that suggest that area could provide an additional 26 dwellings. dwellings. So if the May Gurney consent is built out in accordance with the parameters plans with that added 26, the capacity of that with what they've would be 106 dwellings on that site. And the statement from Sirius indicates that that is what they effectively intend to do. Now, that is a lesser figure than the 158 that derived from the different massing approach that was set out in the master plan itself. So there's an issue there that we need to resolve, but certainly the Sirius position is that they are effectively seeking to build out that 106 scheme rather than that higher figure that I set out as 158 that derives from the master plan process. Beyond that, the Sirius scheme in the deal ground, because the consent that they have for the development of the deal ground, essentially the infrastructure to serve it and the developable areas are, well, the infrastructure to serve it that's identified in the master plan effectively is the same that was required to serve the development under the consent. So as Sirius have explained their intentions to me, and they've set out in their statement, essentially, it's to use the current consent that they've had to put in the necessary infrastructure to unlock the development of the deal ground, and then effectively to apply separately for higher levels of density and different form of development, more in accordance with the master plan rather than what they've got in accordance with the previous consent that predated any suggestion of the redundancy of the Carrow works, so to reflect the revised circumstances of potentially a much more urban feel to the development and being much better connected within the wider East Norwich redevelopment. So does that answer your questions insofar as we can in the absence of the Sirius Property Company?
It's helpful. I've got a point I want to come back on, but Mr. Bennett's got his hand up. So Mr. Bennett.
Thank you. So just to be clear, so they're going to build out the infrastructure from the existing permission on the hope that they get permission for far more units than they currently have permission for now. Is that correct?
They haven't said anything about the timing of when they would do it. So I frankly wouldn't expect them to do what you've just described. I would expect them to move to implement the consent in relation to the May Gurney, then apply separately for revised consents for on the deal ground, and whether they choose to effectively reapply for the infrastructure they've already got consent for would be a matter for them at the time. But I wouldn't expect them to put in the bridge over the River Yare and the Spine Road across the deal ground unless they had the certainty of a consent unless they knew what they were going to unlock and build as a result of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And in relation to the capacity, I understand from the master plan that the wildlife area boundary has changed, or some assumptions related have changed. Does that affect capacity on the deal ground? Mr. Saunders with his hand up. I don't mind who answers it, Mr. Saunders, if you can help us, and that would be good.
I'm happy to, if nothing else, to give Graham a couple more minutes, a bit break. Effectively, no. So just so everyone's clear, it is in the bridging report, B30.4. But when we started the master planning process, we were working effectively from the adopted policies in the existing Greater Norwich local plan. As the process went on, and we moved towards obviously an SPD that aligns with the new plan approach. Colleagues at the county council, the ecology team, came back with comments that effectively the county wildlife site boundary had changed between the two plan draft processes. And so we have effectively re-looked at the deal ground through the stage 2 of the project and taken all of those boundary changes into account. We've met with county ecology team, a couple have dealt with the issue, and it is now all in a position where it deals with the boundary as would be in this when this plan is adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saunders. Thank you. Mr. Hatfield, do you have any questions on the May Gurney or deal ground before we move off this site?
Nothing further from me on this particular point.
Thank you. Could you just turn to the utilities site, please? And very quickly, I think, but the capacity has been reduced, as Mr. Nelson explained in the opening, as a result of reduction for the making allowance for the board's authority area. Does anybody have any comment on that capacity issue, or any other capacity issue in relation to the utilities site? No. Okay. Mr. Hatfield, do you have any more questions in relation to question 1?
No, nothing further from me. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bennett.
Hello, I think, oh, hang on. It was just a quick one, as set out in our matter statement, but do the council expect the stage 3 report to change the capacity any further? The stage 3 report, I guess, as we'll come on to, looms over quite a few of these questions. And I was just wondering, I suppose it relates more to the viability and the delivery, but do the council expect it to be changed, the capacity to be changed as part of that work either? Thank you.
Thank you.
If you're happy for me to answer that question,
I am recognising that we won't have stage 3 work for some time, and we are where we are in terms of the information we've got to help us look at capacity, but
we are
doing your best to help us.
And the short answer to that question is no, because the stage 3 work is going to be focused on viability, modelling, financial modelling, and effectively scoping out delivery mechanisms. There isn't any intention to revisit the work that has been done to establish the capacity figure that's in the SP, that's in the master plan as the part of the stage 3 exercise. I guess there is further iterations, and where the capacity may change is before the adoption of the SPD itself, following the further round of public consultation. So I wouldn't want to rule it out, but it's not the intention to change the capacity figure at all through the stage 3 work being led by Homes England.
Oh, okay, thank you. It was just to note that obviously viability has a wider impact on, or site capacity has a wider impact on viability, that's all. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Okay, that concludes our question 1. Thank you. And we'll now move into the delivery assumptions that we've set out in question 2. But before we do, I suggest that we take a short break. So if we take a 15-minute break now, and then we can get into into question 2. Is that acceptable to everybody? 5 to 11. Back at 5 to 11.
sessions. Okay, we're going to move on to question 2 now, which is it justified to assume that the development of the site completed before the end of the plan period? Are the assumed lead-in times, annual delivery rates, phasing assumptions for each part of the site robust? Before we go in to discuss each component part of the site, I just want to start off with a couple of general questions first for the partnership. Firstly, as I understand it, the expectation is that a range of markets and affordable housing products will come forward in order to support the assumed annual delivery rates across the site. However, in terms of the affordable housing element, is it not likely that the acknowledged viability issues at the site and vacant building credit are likely to significantly reduce the number of affordable completions? Thank you.
I think it's probably most helpful if the team from Avison Young lead on the partnership's answer in this place. I may chip in, particularly on the viability and the VBC issues in a moment.
Okay. Thank you.
So from, I suppose, just taking it back to first principles, and then we'll come on to sort of more about the mix. As you've seen from the partnerships responses to the MIQs, you know, there's a lot of sort of thought has gone into how we deliver. What Mr. Nelson said earlier, and I suppose it's important to just reflect on the way into this whole session, is that we're aware this is a sort of constantly evolving picture, given issues of nutrient neutrality, for example. So some of the early delivery that sat with us within the documents we've submitted has moved on a bit, and actually I can take you through some of the assumptions on when sites will deliver and how that is. And I think the key point is to sort of have in our minds that the way that the trajectory is being built up is to understand what it takes to deliver each of the sites individually and collectively from an infrastructure and sort of site prep perspective, and then sort of use that as our lead-in times to then when units start to be completed. Obviously, nutrient neutrality came in after we've done a lot of that work, so we've sort of been busily trying to understand the impacts going forward. What we have in our assumptions is that effectively now we have the 4 sites with slightly different start times to what's submitted in document B30.1, which is the delivery justification report. We effectively have aligned thinking with Fuel and Turley's around when we would see Carrow Works coming forward. So the first units there would come in 26, 27, and then run through till sort of 35, 36 in terms of the sort of key points in time where we would see units come forward. The deal ground actually doesn't change because it had a longer lead in time because of some of the infrastructure delivery. So that still starts to come on stream in 27, 28. May Gurney shifts back slightly to 25, 26. And then again, the utility site doesn't actually move in the trajectory because it had a much longer lead in time, because the issues aren't going to be nutrient neutrality. It's about the feasibility studies, the engineering, and all of the consenting process to get the all modes bridge over the Winston to unlock that site. Hence, it starts delivering much later, so around 29, 30, we would see first units. The build up to that, what we then see is in our first 5-year period, we start to see 565 units coming forward in the first 5 years of the plan, and that is a mix of 106 private sale, 158 build to rent, focused on Carrow Works site, and then 301 affordable housing units. That compares, then that sits across May Gurney and the Carrow Works site. What we would have, of course, is if we, as has been discussed in the previous session or the previous conversation before the break, obviously there's a question there around the May Gurney site and the capacity of that in the planning consent compared to what we have. So we might have 50 units difference in there. That's actually different to what Fuel and Turleys have submitted to you, where they've got 761 units in the first 5 years. There's no breakdown of that in terms of affordable build to rent and other products, but as we've heard and as has been submitted in their evidence, there is a series of detail conversations going on with registered providers and other sort of house builders and house building companies. So again, that mix will reflect where we are. Your point around the affordable housing, obviously we have based the master plan on policy compliant levels. So we have a mix of social rent and shared ownership, and viability we're not going into in so much detail now, but that has been obviously modelled with tested viability at 30 and 15%, 20% affordable housing, sorry. And then we have looked at the split between shared ownership and social rent. I think it's fair to say, and I'll probably hand back to Graham around vacant building credits, where we've been through the master plan process and getting to the point where we understand the capacity of the site and the deliverability of thoughts around the site are that the 33% affordable housing is sort of the baked in position to the capacity now. What that means in terms of vacant building credits, what that means in terms of viability, obviously is a subject for detailed planning application processes. And what happens with that capacity? Does that become a different type of housing product? And therefore what that does to the overall housing numbers, again, is something that at this point in time nobody has site or an answer to. So it doesn't necessarily change the overall capacity of the sites. It might be a question if it changes the mix and the distribution of housing types and tenures within that overall figure. As we've already heard, Fuel are promoting a higher level of development, albeit some outside the plan than others. Kim, I don't know if you've got anything to sort of add in terms of the housing mix.
No, I mean, the question which was initially raised was all to do with viability challenges and whether we thought it was reasonable that the site would be delivering at a policy compliant level. I mean, one planning application, the process of today is to talk about getting an allocation within a sort of local plan framework rather than dealing with the specific planning application piece, and there is obviously a separate process that deals with that. And the figures are what the figures are. I think we need to be realistic about that. We got into huge amounts of detail around all sorts of sensitivity, but they stand where they stand, and everybody looking at this will see that there are some significant negatives within those, and I don't think there is any hiding away from that. In terms of the modelling that we've undertaken, as Martin flagged, we've looked at a sort of 33% policy compliant piece with an 85-15% split in terms of social rent shared ownership. And then we've also modelled at a 20% level. Both of them still have some viability challenges. The challenges obviously reduce significantly when you reduce the affordable down to 20%, but it sort of comes into a whole basket of things that need to be worked through in terms of funding gaps and how we think you could get public sector intervention into this scheme. I'm not sure if that necessarily answers your question or not.
I think the point I was driving at principally, and I'll allow Mr. Nelson to flesh out perhaps the position on vacant building credit in a second. It was less one of capacity, more one of phasing. I understood, particularly from the hearings we had in March, that, and also from the documentation submitted, was that a key part of the justification for assuming reasonably ambitious annual rates of delivery across the site, but also on individual parcels within the site, was that you'd have this diversity of tenure, the different types of affordable products, different types of market products, etc. So the point I was driving at really is that if the affordable element is reduced significantly by the two matters I raised, for example, doesn't that undermine that justification to an extent? That's the point I'm driving.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dave.
I'd be happy if you to come back before Mr. Nelson comes in. That's how I clarify matters.
say quite clearly, yeah, a lot of our justification around this is both the mix that you deliver, so significant component of build to rent, we see that about 12% overall. The split amongst both houses and flats, with sort of 25% housing product, 75% flat product, and then obviously the remaining units are then subdivided into private and affordable. Now, if you reduce the affordable down, you then have more private units, and the thing that really determines how quickly you can build the private units is the market absorption piece. So the point you raise is a fair one in terms of, if the affordable goes down, then you have more of a challenge in terms of actually being able to sell those units. God, view it, there is still quite a bit of flex in the back end of our proposed trajectory, and I think, as Martin's flagged, in light of the information we've received quite recently from Turley's and Fuel Property and their trajectory for delivery, we've actually reworked the figures in terms of the timing piece, and notwithstanding that, we've still got to a point where we've got 2 years flex in the back of that. So you could argue that even if you reduce the affordable down, we still consider that there is enough capacity left within that 15-year housing trajectory, assuming it is going to 2038, which I believe is the working assumption that we have agreed on at the start of this. We don't see that that will be an issue. And I suppose, just very, very quickly, it's not just the actual mix of unit types. I think it's also really important to flag that actually there are a number of different character areas which are being proposed, and the document submitted by Allies and Morrison goes into a lot of detail around how those character areas would work. So within that, you've got conversion of some of the heritage buildings and looking at reworking a lot of the old sort of warehouse type buildings. That will have a very different look and feel to as you get near to some of the waterfront areas. You've also got the open park spaces. So the idea being that actually you've got quite a differential of product, and actually a number of different developers and house builders who will be all delivering slightly different products at different points in time, which should help to create a wider and broader market to purchase units. So that is very much our working assumption on this. So it shouldn't really be viewed as one single block of X thousand homes that all look and feel the same, that are all trying to target the same buyer.
Yeah, and I think the other point, I suppose, just to reinforce that market confidence, and it may be something that others around the table want to comment on more, is, you know, the master plan is cautious in its assumptions, even at the mix we've got, and that's demonstrated by the statement submitted by Turley and Fuel, which has a couple of hundred units more in the first 5 years than the work to underpin the local plan allocation has indicated. So again, what the mix of that is as colleagues have said, is to be determined. But that's it's a significant uplift in early delivery in our 5 years than we were predicating. So that, coupled with the back end opportunity, which is, Kim has said, is 2 years on Carrow Works, 5 years on Deal Ground, and then 3 years on the utility site to potentially slow down a little bit if needed, does give us quite a bit of buffer across the area to deliver the numbers within the period.
And I suppose it all comes back to first principles of that 5-year piece being deliverable, and having a party submitting a planning application and having a clear trajectory of when those housing numbers are coming forward, and the wider piece being developable in the sense of it being sustainable and a reasonable prospect of it coming forward in that back 10-year period. Sorry,
that reasonable prospect test is very much the one I'm focused on. Mr. Nelson, did you wish to come in?
Yeah, I was going to try and give you a far shorter answer to your questions about the theoretical prospect of vacant building credit applying, and also viability considerations impacting on the forward trajectory, because clearly the answer to the question is in theory both yes, that particularly in relation to Carrow Works site, the vacant building credit will have a significant impact on the theoretical policy requirement going through. It's very hard to calculate what that may be at this particular stage, and for the reasons outlined, where we are now at a practical option for us to model anything else in terms of delivery other than based on our own policies and that they'll be delivered in full. The similar issue provides, particularly around the deal ground and the utilities site, that until you know where the funding package is coming from, there is a possibility, because of the heavy infrastructure costs that are going to be needed to be absorbed by those sites, that normal practice would mean that you would have to consider the level of affordable housing as part of that viability package. But the wider discussion, we're not going to be able to resolve some of these issues today. It's a theoretical risk, but the wider discussion with Homes England provides the solution to unlocking this, because certainly one of the rationales for public investment that we've seen from Homes England previously, and we've had experience of this through the Housing Infrastructure Fund, was to effectively recognise that affordable housing provision is a necessary part of delivering sustainable development as a whole, and is part of effectively that community building, and also that there is very much a public interest in keeping these in getting momentum into this delivery in relation to East Norwich. And one of the easiest and most cost-effective ways of the public sector to do that is to basically subsidise and pump prime the use of the development of affordable housing within the site. So even if there is a theoretical, well, or in the case of the vacant building credit on the Carrot Works, it is almost inevitable that when that can be calculated out, it would reduce the requirement for affordable housing to be provided on that site. It doesn't necessarily follow that actually you will get that you will get a reduced level of provision of affordable housing, because there are other potential mechanisms that could come in place to bolster that rate of delivery of affordable housing. And certainly, you know, that's something that because of where we are in terms of needs for affordable housing, that's something that the City Council is very keen to fully exploit the possibilities that we've got of maximising that sort of thing through our engagement with Homes England, registered providers, and potentially directly as ourselves as a significant housing provider in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Bennett, you've been very patient. You've had your hand raised for a while. Do you wish to comment?
That's okay, thank you. So sort of three really quick points. The first one sort of straying into question 3, but since we've gone to affordable housing, I might as well mention it. But if the affordable housing in reality is going to be far lower than policy compliant levels, do the partnership have a view on how that affects the SA scoring for the site, and whether other sites might be needed to deliver affordable housing to make up any shortfall? Secondly, in terms of going to Avens and Young, sort of the conflicting trajectories amongst their own work, but also with what Fuel Properties have just said. So if I heard right, Avens and Young was saying that that site, the Fuel Properties site, there'll be a 2-year flex, but actually the Fuel Properties reps says that there won't be, and they'll actually deliver 30 units short of what they're required in the plan period to 2038. And more importantly, do Avens and Young have any sort of examples of where comparable schemes have delivered at these sorts of rates as assumed in the viability report? I mean, we've got 1 year 2029 819 dwellings per annum. I mean, is there the evidence to demonstrate that within the new evidence to demonstrate that 819 is a sort of a realistic and justified figure to enable completion 2 years before the end of the plan period? So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I think with regards to the last point on delivery rates per site, I want to move on to a detailed discussion about each component section of the wider East Norwich site in a moment. So perhaps we can pause that issue for now. Does the partnership wish to respond to the other 2 points Mr. Bennett raised? Thank you.
Perhaps sorry, I'll put my camera on. Sorry, I forgot to do that. Perhaps I can respond to the point about the the SA report. Frankly, we think that the score that we do that would be appropriate, irrespective of the the level of affordable housing. It's clearly, highly sustainable site, and I think you're pushing the limits of the sustainability appraisal process in trying to micromanage it in relation to those sorts of issues. And certainly, at this stage in the process, to suggest that further allocations may be needed to make good any shortfall in relation to affordable housing that may result from this seems to be sort of highly speculative and something that we wouldn't wish to entertain at this point. I don't know if Avis and Young want to come in and comment on the issue of comparable schemes elsewhere.
Well, just on that point, apologies to cut across. I do want to go through each of the site-specific delivery assumptions. So, respectively, for the Carrow Works site, for the Deal Ground and May Gurney and utility. So, perhaps if we pause that part of the discussion, if Alison Young wants to comment on the other points raised, I'm happy for a further comment now. Thank you.
Certainly, and I think it's great. Obviously, Mr. Nelson's covered off the sustainability appraisal. I think the second point was around conflicting trajectories across a suite of documents, and then particularly culminating in the statement made by Turley's to this hearing session. And I suppose to give a little bit of context, if that's helpful, what we're seeing across the suite of documents is effectively the master planning process being played out in real time and in parallel with a local plan process and a live planning application process, or site promotion, not site promotion, planning application process. So what we've had to manage throughout the 14 months of doing the East Norwich Master Plan Commission and getting to the point we've got to in all the evidence is these three interrelated but not necessarily completely twin-tracked processes. So what you see in document B 30.2 was a reflection on the point in time we were at the end of March, as we explained in the session earlier this morning, around the process we were going through in terms of finalising and making sure that the stage 2 master plan output was as robust and dealt with all of the issues. So that was a point in time where we understood the trajectory at that point. As you've heard from Mr. Nelson this morning, we then went through a process that reviewed all of that information with technical stakeholders, the likes of Historic England, the likes of the County Council and its various departments, the City Council, its various departments, the landowners, to then move us to a position where we were comfortable with the master plan and the viability assessments and the delivery assessment that sits in document B 30.1. So really, for the point of today, that is the key document to understand when we look at what sits in the viability appraisals, what sits in the trajectory, as in the partnership's response to the questions, and forms the basis of the master plan delivery report, which is document B 30.8. That does mean that the 800 and something delivery, for the 819 delivery figure that was mentioned a moment ago, isn't actually part of the delivery plan for East Norwich anymore. I think we peak now at 600, and I'm just trying to finding the number.
637.
637, because of the adjustments we made to the trajectory and the delivery assumptions, and that sits in document B 30.1. Obviously, as Turley and Fuel have explained earlier this morning, they are in a live process getting to a planning application this week. That has obviously been a process that's been moving quite quickly as Turley's have come on board to advise. Fuel, and I'll leave them to comment on anything there. That does mean that there are two processes which are slightly out of kilter in what we have been able to prepare and submit to the hearing today. But as I explained a moment ago, we have got to the point where we are more aligned now in the thinking of when sites will begin on site, and that trajectory can roll forward through the conversations that we'll have on the overall trajectory in September. But we are in a position where the Carrow Works element, so the fuel property owned element of the Carrow Works site, will deliver, as pointed out, about 30 units less than we had in our trajectory for Carrow Works as a whole. And we have to remember that Carrow Works in the master plan includes Carrow House, which, as we heard earlier from Mr. Nelson, has circa 60 units to come forward through a development on the car park close to Carrow House. So actually we would end up in a position where we are potentially above the level that we have for the Carrow Works site as a whole within the trajectory. So actually we'd be in a net positive position rather than a net negative position, as Mr. Bennett suggested earlier. So I think, hopefully that explains the sequencing of documents, the process we've been going through, which you've been seeing live. In an ideal world, maybe you wouldn't have seen some of that live. You'd have seen end documents rather than working documents. But that hopefully explains some of the process we've been through to get why there are some differences in different trajectories.
That's helpful clarification, and I'd certainly gleaned from the discussion under question 1 that document B31 as the delivery justification document was the basis, with the exception of I took it from your response to question 1 that you're referring to the field property statement with regards to the Carrow Works site. That's understood, and that's helpful clarification. Okay. Another point that's been put to me by Holsbury Homes is that the extent of apartment development envisaged is likely to depress annual delivery rates. And in particular, my attention has been drawn to 4 of the nearby examples listed in the delivery justification report, only one of which achieved a sales rate of 2 per month. What's the partnership's response to those points, please? Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. I will take that on, as I had the conversations myself. The question was actually raised with those sales agents specifically to East Norwich. So we talked to them both in the context of what they were actually doing on the ground at those specific projects, and then talk them through, this is what we are proposing in terms of Coleman's factory and the sort of wider East Norwich master plan. This is our sort of thinking. These are the types of units within that envelope. Where in your kind of professional opinion, where would you see the rates and the trajectory for that? So that commentary is a specific relation to this scheme and their opinion, rather than saying, are you delivering 2 units on your scheme of 80 flats at the moment?
Does the representative from Holsbury wish to respond to that? Seeing as it was your point, Mr. Partnership.
Yeah, there was another point actually that we wanted to bring up on this, was that in the viability report, it's assumed that there'll be an element of build to rent. I think 450 homes. But looking at some of these schemes, for example, the Aldwych House one, which says the purchase demand has primarily been from buy-to-let investors. For the first one, St James Quay says, but first-time buyers and buy-to-let investors have also been prominent in terms of the purchases. To what degree did, well, I guess to anything I believe that, well, to what degree did the agents sort of consider that? How does the build to rent element eat away at the market for people buying these market homes as buy to lets?
I mean, they're very different products. One individual buying 2 or 3 pension nest egg type flats to rent out independently versus a major build to rent operator buying an entire block and managing that separately and doing it by way of a forward fund deal is quite a different proposition. And then, yeah, we've had discussion. We've got a residential investment build to rent team internally who we've discussed this scheme with, and their view was that you would get capacity from that market looking to blocks of maybe sort of 150 minimum, sort of flatted blocks or multi-blocks that form a single phase that they would look to take on an off-plan basis and deliver as a golden brick type arrangement, and then run and manage themselves. So we see that they are targeting quite a different space within the market. Okay,
that's fine. And again, it's just the
Sorry, just a quick point. Can the comments be made to me, please, rather than to one another? Just as a point of how the format of the discussion will run. Thank you.
Sorry.
I'll have to come back, Mr. Bennett, but please direct your comments to me rather than to Alison. Thank you.
That's fine. Sorry, sir. Yeah, it was just again to say that sort of reading in the lines basically of these for examples, I mean, that they haven't actually achieved 2 sales a week. And I appreciate this is said that the comments were based on this scheme, but looking at those schemes in particular, they haven't achieved sort of 2 sales a week, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chung, did you wish to come in?
So just a quick observation, if I may. It is interesting that in the past, when we've been looking at trajectories and what the market will absorb and how many units will sell per week, per month, whatever it may be, one of the ways in which we've sought to bring some sort of rigor to the process, and as I understand it, this is the whole premise of the Litchfield start to finish work, is to have a database of comparable sites and comparable schemes. And I know that sometimes we can run into difficulties and have disagreements about whether the database being used is in truth comparable or not, and that I suppose is to some extent unavoidable. But it is interesting to note that sort of approach, that methodology, is now being set aside. If we listen to the response that we've had from Abbots and Young, what we're now being told is this is not an estimate based on looking at comparable sites or a database or drawing upon a database of sites. It's going to a local agent and saying to them, if this scheme came forward, how many units do you think the market could absorb? And that's a very different way of proceeding. And no doubt everyone in the virtual room will have their own views about how much reliance one can place on what local estate agents tell you about what will sell and how quickly it will sell. Thank you very much. You, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. I think just drawing together the comments made by Mr. Bennett and Mr. Chung, it's the question I wanted the partnership to respond to is precisely that. Really, is a higher rate of delivery being assumed here than has been achieved in any nearby example? Does the partnership accept that decision? Because that's the critique that's being put forward.
So can I just direct you to one document which is already in the document library, which is F1.1, which looks at city centre delivery and effectively provides the evidence base, which indicates that actually the trajectory assumed within the GNLP for the city centre is consistent, and this takes account of East Norwich as well, is consistent with the rates of delivery which have been achieved in the city historically over the period, I think, 2016 to 2021. So that in effect is the starting evidence base as far as delivery is concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I do recall requesting this document as part of the discussion we had in the first part of the hearings. Happy for the partnership to refresh my memory if I've misremembered. Wasn't that analysis across the city centre rather than site specific? Is that the case?
So it was across the city centre, but it identifies, as I say, that the rate of delivery achieved within the city centre across the piece would be consistent with that assumed for the trajectory going forward for the city centre. So I accept it's not site specific.
Okay, I think I've had enough on. I'll take a final comment. I see our hand's just been raised from Abbots and Young. Did you wish to make a final comment before we move on?
Yes, sorry, just a final one. And you know, in an ideal world, we would have a directly comparable scheme where we could get all the data, have a look at it, and take a much more empirical view on the sales rate. The issue is there is nothing of this nature which is remotely comparable within that location at the moment. So what we've tried to do by having those conversations is get to as much of a reasoned view as to what those likely rates are as we can do with the available information that we've got. And you could argue getting the opinions of a number of professionals actively marketing units within that, you know, within the market at the moment, you know, it has value to it in terms of how we kind of, you know, the assumptions that we make moving forward with this. I think the other point I just wanted to raise, you know, the document that Simon was referencing said, yes, it's citywide. I think the issue is that the scale of East Norwich as a whole in terms of acreage is huge. So it's, you know, you can't really look at it as just one single kind of small discrete development. It almost is a number of different developments which will be coming forward across a huge area. So I think context is quite key with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. From my perspective, I've heard all I need to hear on this particular question. I want to move now on to the constituent parts of the East Norwich site, starting with Carrow Works in the first instance. Question for Fuel Properties. I mean, I originally prepared my questions, the delivery justification report in mind. Obviously, now the council is deferring to the figures provided in the fuel statement. I was looking at those before, and it's noticeable to me that the first year of delivery in 26-27 is 442 units just in the Carrow Works site, and then followed by 339 in 27-28, or dropping to a much lower figure than that. First Care Fuel, what's the reason for that significantly higher level of delivery in the first 2 years? Thank you.
Yes, of course. As I mentioned earlier, the Fuel Properties are in discussion with a number of market sale providers, registered social providers, bill for rent providers, commercial operators. Indeed, they have entered into legal agreements, some of which have exchanged. So the reason for the higher delivery in the 2 years mentioned, which is actually 422 in 2026, 2027, and the 339 in 2027 to 2028, is comparable with other schemes that Fuel bring forward, notably Wheat Quarter in Welwyn Garden City, where actually the affordable housing provision is delivered up front, whatever percentage that might be, and the bill for rent provision is delivered upfront. So indeed, some of the legal agreements I've had sight of are with specific PRS, as I call them, bill for rent operators, and they will take the lion's share of delivery for those specific blocks. So that's why those elements are higher. Included within those will be the residential houses, as I call them, in and around the Carrow Abbey site, which includes the conversion of Carrow Abbey back to residential use. So those figures are higher in the first 2 years, or 20 to 20, 20 to 20. And then it tails off for the actual agreements with private residential developers for the specific blocks they want to take. And there are a range of them, so it's not specifically one house builder. And then in the mix with that is in those years where it drops off, a lot of the commercial properties will come forward. So the east-west spine, as we call it, effectively comprises a high street. So you've got a component of a mixture of Class C uses at ground end or first floor with your residential above. So I know it may seem skewed, but there is actually a logical explanation for it.
Okay. That's helpful, thank you. In the delivery justification report, the partnership we're assuming in the region of 300 build to rent units. Does that accord with the approach you intend to take on this site?
Without disclosing, yes, it does. That does accord, yes. Indeed, one operator in question is 250 units, if that exists.
And do you think you'll exceed therefore the 300? I appreciate if there's things you can't say, that's fair enough. But
I've tried to be clear about that from the start. So you know, I'd like to base stuff on fact when I'm allowed to actually say it. But I could say that with confidence that probably will be exceeded.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Can I ask the partnership, do they have experience of build to rent units coming forward in the city centre in recent years? Is that something that's been seen as a trend in the city centre or in areas immediately adjacent to the city centre? Thank you.
Sorry, the short answer to the question is that we haven't seen any purpose-built build to rent scheme coming forward within the city, but it has been noticeable over the past couple of years. We've seen a very strong demand and a number of operators approaching us directly to find out opportunities, and they're all interested in sites of a certain minimum threshold because of the costs of management of the units and spreading them around. So we looked at this and indeed tried to did some work in relation to it, I think 4 or 5 years ago, and the advice we got back was the yields weren't sufficient to justify that nature of the investment. But over the past couple of years, the market appears to have matured somewhat, and there's been a number of institutional investors have invested heavily in this area, and we are seeing delivery in areas with similar build costs and values to Norwich at the moment. There's delivery in other cities that's broadly comparable, and as I say, we're seeing quite strong interest from potential operators coming into that into Norwich market itself.
Right. Thank you. Alison Young, did you wish to make a supplementary comment? Thank you.
Yeah, just sort of to add to that, we obviously had discussions with, we've got a specialist residential investment team, talked to them about this product, and they said there would be no issue whatsoever getting interest levels for, I think we talked about 450 units across the whole, and they said that would not be a problem, likely to come forward in minimum blocks of about 150 units for the management reasons that Graham outlined. And the feedback that we've had from them seems to be very consistent with the process that Fuel is going through in real time.
Thank you. And in terms of the delivery rate beyond the initial 2 years, figures, it oscillates really between around just over 100 to just over 200. If I could ask again for some clarity on what precisely that's based on, the assumptions are that underpin the rate of delivery at the Carrow Works site. Thank you.
Yes, of course. As I mentioned previously, when we get into that stage of the delivery programme or the construction programme, there are a number of listed buildings to the north east of the site, which we propose to repurpose for a range of flexible uses, Class E being the main candidate. So that will be a big focus on those. Indeed, I think 60,000 square foot of commercial spaces has already been pre-let, subject to planning. So the commercial elements and all the infrastructure, open space, public squares, etc., will be delivered in tandem with the flexible, and above, in terms of flatted development or apartments, will be the residential. So it is conceived block by block, hence why the lower consistent delivery rate moving forward.
And do you have an indication of the number of different housing providers and housing developers operating at that time in tandem with one another, and how many outlets on the site roughly would you suggest? Based on your discussions so far.
From my discussions and the information I've been given, I think at the juncture of 2028-29 onwards, I think there's 4 for the next 4 years. So for the PRS, for instance, the 250 units I referred to is on a 2-year programme. Start on site, so that's the first delivery. The others are coming at a later stage, because of the nature of the site and the infrastructure required, all the works required. It has to be staged. We talk about phases for development of being 2 or 3 years. I mean, I think this one is, it's roughly 10, which it is.
And so the 4 outlets you referred to, that excludes the build to rent or the PRS element, and the affordable elements, it's 4 commercial house builders at that point.
It could include social housing, that's called affordable housing, and build for rent. So it could be a mixture.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions on the Carrow Works site. Are there other comments from around the room before we move on? Thank you. In which case, I propose we move on to the deal ground and the May Gurney site, as owned by Sirius Properties. Sorry, is it Sirius or is it Ceres? What's the correct pronunciation? That would be
Sirius.
Sirius. Okay, thank you. It's helpful. First question for the partnership, please. Have the assumed delivery rates at this site been agreed with Sirius Properties?
Apologies, struggling to get the technology to work then. So as part of the process to move us through, talk at length about the master plan process, Sirius and their team have been part of the structuring of the trajectory. It's been reviewed by them. The viability work has been reviewed by them. We've also then met with their new housing delivery partner, Hopkins Homes, who've obviously submitted the joint statement with Sirius, who've been over the same documents and have raised no questions in relation to the suite of information that you have before you. So as far as the master plan process and into supporting the allocation is concerned, everyone is on the same page.
Just a quick follow-up question on that point. You say they raised no questions. Did you specifically agree the annual phasing rates with them? Did you present the documents to them and receive no kind of?
No, it was, sorry, yeah, that was probably a poor way of putting it. Summarising a 14-month process, but effectively, as we've built this up, we've had one-to-one workshops with the Sirius team to sort of interrogate what we're assuming, what their view of the world is. It wasn't presented to them as a fait accompli and then asked them to sign up to it. It's been a genuine partnership process through the East Norwich Partnership Board and one-to-one. So, the process Graham took you through this morning, and when we talk about stakeholders, the landowners were a key part of that. So they've had quite extensive access to us and the sort of the work we've done to help shape it. So it is, it is more than them not asking questions. It was them actually helping us and working with us to put it together.
Okay. Is there any clear intention to provide build to rent units on that part of the site?
Well, it would be useful if they were here to respond on themselves on this one. Not that we are aware, and Hopkins Homes are more of a traditional house builder who do a more of a market for sale type product rather than being a specific PRS producer. But notwithstanding that, they are obviously looking at delivering. They've obviously got the base consent. They're talking about putting in an enhanced consent, and you would look at something about 1,000 units and think, well, it would make sense to have a component of build to rent product within that, but we have not asked the specific question of them.
Well, although that being said, they have, as I said, they have been part of the process. They've seen and been involved in the trajectory that we've presented to you. And again, they've not, I was going to say objected to it, but they've not asked us to take it out. They've actually, at this point, I think they're still assessing their options. But again, it's like without them here to answer, we can only give a view from the process we've been through.
I mean, I suppose as sort of Martin's alluded to, the slight issue that we've had is we've been running through a 14-month master planning delivery viability type process with a large kind of client group who've been engaged in various iterations of that. In parallel, landowners have then been working up their own planning position and their own delivery strategy. And whilst all of these broadly align in terms of overall numbers, there are obviously nuances in terms of exactly when things are happening, and that is continuing to emerge as we're obviously producing fixed documents that are then being refreshed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bennett, you've got your hand raised. Did you wish to come in?
Yeah, it was just again, appreciate they're not here to say it, but if we are really going down a new application route rather than implementing the current consent, I mean, I think we just need to consider again the lead times and sort of to get that application worked up in start on site, deliver the infrastructure, etc., that is associated with this site, and they're going to have to go back through planning. Thank you.
Just give me a second to let my notes catch up. Question for the partnership again. What's the basis for assuming the delivery of in the region of 150 to 200 market units per annum on this site, excluding other elements of delivery such as affordable and build to rent?
I will. I'll take that question. I think, yeah, it links through to a number of the discussions that we have trailed on over the course of the morning in terms of differentiated product, multiple sales points, and our views on the sort of likely rates that local agents indicate you could get to on this site.
It is, I mean, there's been mention of Hopkins Homes. Obviously, they're also a party to the hearing statement. Is there any indication that there's any other outlets or any other house builders that are interested or will be participating in the delivery of this site?
So in terms of Hopkins Homes, I'm not aware if they are looking to further subdivide the scheme, but it would certainly, from what kind of Fuel Properties and their representatives have alluded to, would be that they are looking to package up elements of the site once planning is in place to third-party house builders. So, I mean, in theory, that could be Hopkins Homes. I think more likely it would be another third party. But from a sort of commercial sensitivity type perspective, I'm not sure they're going to be providing any more detail on who those agreements are with.
Will there be the same differentiation of products on this side of the railway line compared to the Carrow Works site? Obviously, you have heritage conversions on the western side. You have a very long waterfront and quite different character areas, at least on the master plan on the western part of the site. Is that same diversity of products on the eastern side, Carrow Works and Maygurney in particular?
I think on Deal Ground and Deal Ground specifically does have, as you've seen in the master plan sort of character areas, two predominant characters. There's the waterside east, which is sort of becomes more urban in character and becomes an extension of the east-west route that the colleagues at Turley's described a moment ago, and that actually creates that continuous connection all the way from the city through to the Broads and Whitlingham in particular. And then we have sort of, as we come south through the Deal Ground, it becomes what we've termed as the character area of the villages. And that's similar to what we talked about on Carrow Works, where you move into more house-based typologies. And again, the setting becomes different to Carrow Works because you end up with something more urban housing with the context of the heritage on Carrow Works, and something blending into the, if I can put it this way, although it may not be quite the right architectural urban design language, sort of slightly more rural, blending out and more village-like as we move towards Trouse Newton and Trouse Millgate. So there would be different characters in terms of the design principles, the characters of the properties, and then also the mix of the balance between the mixes of flats and houses in each. So again, that would allow you to blend into different markets, and it comes back to the points that have been made earlier, that we do have different this isn't one site, this is sort of 4 or 5 developments in character terms delivering in one go.
Mr. Frey, you have your hand raised. Do you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Peter Frey, James Bailey Planning for Whitland. Just a matter of clarity, please, if I could ask through you regarding the Deal site and the 670 dwelling consent, because I'm slightly confused with whether that outline is looking to be taken to reserve matters or not, because the Hopkins Homes Service hearing statement does say that they are looking to discharge the relevant pre-commencement conditions and progress to reserve matters. So can we just ask whether it's clear that's what they are doing, because I've heard so far that there was a new application being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I ask for a response to the partnership on that point, Mr. Warden, did you have your hand raised? Did you wish to come in?
I did. My question, I have a question. I'll say the question now. It depends when you want to fit it into it being answered. My question is about the high level of delivery on the site in the first year for private homes, which are into 2029, and on the 33% affordable housing, that's 185. And my question was, and that is in the single most highest year for the whole delivery of the site, and that my question was about the that high number of homes to be delivered in that single year, private number of homes. So it relates to the point that Mr. Hatfield's just made about product differentiation, but why is it so high in that first year and then tailing off? What drives that high level, and what confidence is there that level could be achieved in that year on that private sector site, given what we just heard about how it might be delivered? And also, I think Amazon Young said that there'll be different points of sale, but there will be only one point of access on the deal ground site. I'm just wondering how that would work. What is the evidence and the confidence that we have that that level of housing could be delivered in that first year, particularly on the deal ground site? But I'm happy to have that answered once you've concluded that little bit of discussion that you're having now on those other points that Mr. Hatfield's raised.
I think it'd be helpful to hear a response from the partnership to both sets of points, really, both from Mr. Freer and from Mr. Warden.
Would you like me to seek to answer the question around the intention of Sirius in promoting their, or I think they tend to use the term of prosecuting their current consent, before I hand over to Avis and Young to deal with the wider point that Mr. Warden's just raised? Because, as I say, yes. And I think this is fairly clear in what they've described in terms of document E 8.18. They have this extant consent. They have sought over recent months to discharge a number of the pre-commencement conditions associated with that. They are carrying on doing so with a view, with their stated intention to have discharged all their pre-commencement conditions and have implemented the consent before it would otherwise lapse in the summer of 2023. Effectively, as I understand their intentions, that is, once they have implemented, they think they're giving themselves effectively a number of options about how to proceed. Their most likely option would be to build out what they've got consent for in relation to the May Gurney site, and then pause in relation to how the rest of the deal ground is developed, potentially benefiting from the previous consent to put in the infrastructure necessary, but only once they have some form of certainty that a higher level of development will be possible to be delivered in accordance with the master plan. I hope that answers it about as fully as we can without SPC being in the virtual room.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Did Avison Young wish to come in and respond to the question from Mr. Warden?
Yeah, which I think really principally relates to the point of the 185 units in year 2029 in respect of the deal ground. It's probably worth flagging what this sort of chart does is basically it's a kind of summary of what's happening in the cash flow that sits behind this. And the way that we've looked at cash flow, this is assuming that actually you would start to market the scheme a lot earlier, and this relates to when you actually get the receipts in from those units. So a lot of it is tied through to when you actually complete blocks of space, i.e. you will actually have had a number of exchanges happening in the preceding period, but people can only complete on their units once the total blocks have been completed and signed off from a building regs perspective. So that's why actually some of these are quite blocky in terms of some of the numbers that are coming in rather than being slightly smoother. We've also sort of assumed a kind of pre-sale type period, the idea being that you would start to market those units once they are coming out of the ground rather than wait until everything is completed to start doing that sales process. So in truth, that 185 figure relates to commitment from purchases in a run up to that. The point you raised around how do you have different sales points when you've only got one access, I think in general terms we're talking about targeting people in different ways, so different routes through to market in terms of both online advertising of units, in terms of local press, in terms of global press, and also a sort of presence on the ground as well.
I think the other point on that is that infrastructure, to enable the whole site, because of the way it creates a spine road all the way through sort of north-south of the deal ground, the ability to deliver in multiple parts of the deal ground site in the same period, even though there is only one point of access, and that access gets delivered over the Yare, particularly the Yare Bridge, particularly on the back of the May Gurney delivery. So it's phased after, so the deal ground is deliberately phased after most of the May Gurney site is delivered, because that's when you get that bridge in. Again, it comes back to how that infrastructure timing happens and the delivery of the spine road, which has to be also maintained to retain access, legal access to the yacht club. So there's another reason why that infrastructure has to be in place, which isn't necessarily the sole driver, but is an important context to why you would have a spine road that serves the whole site quite early and then allows you to spur off different parts of the site to deliver from that one point of, well, technically there's 2 points of access. The secondary access is the one that exists today around the back of the around the side of the tarmac facility, which can still be used for construction servicing, we understand, but not ideal. And certainly isn't an access point for the actual use of the site in the long term. But yeah, so that's kind of how that works in terms of having a single point of access, but the ability to then deliver houses in the south, flats in the north, and different products within that mix at the same time.
And looking at those figures, Mr. Warden highlighted, so 185 in 2029 and in the order of 170 odd in 2030. And just under 150 in the following year. How many outlets does that assume? Market outlets, because they're all market units.
But I don't think we've got into the absolute granularity of exactly your marketing strategy on each and every unit that is coming out of this scheme as a whole, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I mean, if you just look at the envelope of private units that you are looking to sell within the deal ground up to the period of 2032, the trajectory may be slightly different in terms of exactly what sits in what year, but you've got a huge amount of time within now and the end of the plan period to get those private homes sold.
Well, it's the point you made earlier on about having the flex at the back end of the plan period, but they're still very high annual rates, 185 followed by 175. And that's in the context of only slightly less units going forward, at least on this trajectory. In the Carrowwork site, accepting that's superseded.
Yeah, I mean,
I think there were still comparable levels on fuel properties rates. It was in the order of 1 to 200 per annum going forward at this time. So there must have been some assumptions that led to those figures of 185 and 175 about the number of developers operating at once. What were those assumptions and what were those figures based on?
I mean, a lot of it is linked into the completion of discrete blocks and then looking at an average sales rate across the whole, assuming a 30% pre-sale in respect of those units, and then that sort of takes you to a place in cash flow terms in terms of when of those receipts come back in, and then that is plugged back into this. A lot of it's also linked into various triggers in terms of infrastructure. So I suppose sort of take a step back on this, when we looked at how this was all going to come forward, we spent a lot of time sitting down with the architects and looked at how the phasing was made up. We then looked at what bits could come forward without any infrastructure, where the infrastructure slotted in, and how that unlocked additional homes. That then took you to a particular place when certain things would happen. We then layered onto that the fact that you're likely to have early affordable housing delivery from a 106 perspective. Once that then takes you to a certain place in terms of how units can come forward, you're then left with a block of non-affordable units. We then thought, well, actually, of the remaining blocks of residential that we have, how many of those do we think reasonably could fit within a PRS component? Okay, that takes X out of the equation. So we've then got an envelope of private units that are distributed across these sites based on a number of restrictions around the infrastructure that's coming forward. Based on that, where does that then take us in terms of number of units that can be delivered based on the underlying assumption absorption rates that we got from the market? Once we've done that, we then plug in conversations with all of the landowners who are then following their own kind of discrete trajectory in terms of bringing their sites forward. Pretty iterative process. That then takes you to kind of where you are in terms of the trajectory that we have put forward in probably most recently be document B30.1. As sort of Martin flagged, we've then sought to refresh that on the basis of new information that's come through from Fuel Properties now that they've got kind of greater clarity on timings and what they're looking to put forward when. Sorry, that was quite a lengthy response, but just, yeah, that's really the process that we've gone through to get to this.
I mean, I understand that process, and obviously this original document which you've published, the delivery justification report, it's been superseded in effect by the Fuel Properties information. The deal ground site doesn't appear, at least from the information we have before us today, to be as far on as the Carrot Works site in terms of having the certainty of delivery of tenure or types of market products. Those figures do look high. 185 in 1 year, 175 the next. I understand the point you raised earlier about perhaps the first year being higher because of perhaps a build-up of pre-sales. It's not clear why that would continue into years 2 and 3, particularly when there's high levels of also market products on the other sites. So the point I'm still unclear on is where those figures, 185 followed by 175, followed by just under 150. Those three specific figures, what's the justification for those? What's the basis for those? If it's block based, how many blocks are assumed to be coming forward at once? If you could help me out with that particular point, that would be great.
It is block based, and to be honest, that's not something I'm going to be able to answer now. I need to go back into the cash flows and check across the architect scheme, so I don't have that absolute information to hand. Is this something you want me to come back in writing on after the session this morning?
I'll reflect on that point and perhaps discuss it with Mr. Warden in the break. I'll make a note of that. I'm a little reluctant to have a series of notes subsequent to the hearings, but I'll reflect on that point and I'll let you know before the end of the session.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we'll need a note. Thank you for the offer anyway, but I don't think we'll need a note. But I will discuss it with Mr. Hatfield. But I don't think we will need it. But we will come back to you.
Just moving on to the infrastructure within the site. At what stage in the programme is the bridge over the River Yare between the Maygurney site and the field ground anticipated to be delivered?
So the bridge over the Yare to unlock the deal ground is assumed to be delivered in parallel with the May Gurney construction on site. So you would be seeing that delivered in sort of 25, 26, 26, 27. And again, that benefits from a consent from the existing scheme, and we've reused that consent because it is a all mode bridge, unlike the one over the Wensum. So again, that comes in line with the delivery of housing on May Gurney. So you are ready to then deliver the housing on deal ground.
Does that bridge require public funding, or can it be absorbed by the development itself?
It is one of the elements that we've got in the viability appraisal, which could be publicly funded. I don't think we have a definitive position from the site owner on that specific bridge, but what we've looked at, and as you've seen in the viability work, is different packages of infrastructure and how they could be funded. So I think it's still a discussion, and I don't know if Mr. Nelson's got any other view on this from the local authority perspective, but it is something that is still a point. I think that the main viability challenge for the current consent was always the crossing over the Wensum rather than one over the Yare, but I may be misrepresenting that, and Mr. Nelson might want to just correct me if that's the case, but that was more of the challenge, is the cost and nature of that crossing.
We'll come back to the Wensum crossing later, really, but on the Yare crossing, if Mr. Nelson wishes to provide any further information, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
I think Mr. Saunders has correctly summarised the situation. We haven't seen any evidence around the cost and whether the viability of the May Gurney site would support that delivery. What we have always been led to believe, though, by the Sarais Property Company, is that they don't see the funding and delivery of that bridge and opening up the May Gurney as the problem. It's the onward infrastructure beyond that, beyond opening up the deal ground and securing an appropriate alternate access to both to gain access either through the Carrow Works or across the Wensum and back to the city that way, which we've always viewed as a prerequisite to successful development of the deal ground, as being the thing where they perceived their viability challenges lying.
Like I say, we'll come back to the Wensum Bridge shortly, particularly in the discussion surrounding the utilities site. I suppose from my perspective, the issue would be is if the bridge over the Yare requires public funding, that clearly has at least the potential to delay its implementation. Obviously, you can't have completions coming forward on the deal ground site until that bridge is in place. So that's where I'm coming from, really. It's about the phasing assumptions. It's about the point in time at which the deal ground begins to deliver. Obviously, I've had a separate discussion about the rate at which it will deliver.
Yeah, and all we can really say on that matter at the moment is that the owner of both those sites has not indicated that they would, to us, that they will be dependent on securing public funding to open up the deal ground site.
Does the existing consent on the May Gurney and the deal ground include an affordable housing contribution?
Yes, it includes affordable housing in relation to the May Gurney sites. There is a separate requirement for an off-site provision in relation to the deal ground site.
I think that concludes my questions for the deal ground May Gurney elements of the East Norwich site. Does anyone wish to provide a further comment or ask a further question when we move on to the utilities site? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the utility site then, we'll move on to that now. The first question is for the partnership. In order to secure satisfactory access into the utility site, a roughly 600-metre long spine road needs to be built across the deal ground site. and a bridge over the River Wensum would also need to be constructed. In those circumstances, how would completions be delivered on the utility site just 2 years after the first completions in the deal ground site?
So I'll pick this one up on behalf of the partnership, and it comes back to some of the conversation we just had about the deal ground and May Gurney, that the Spine Road in particular is within the scope of the existing consent for the deal ground. So that Spine Road is something that is needed as a shared piece of infrastructure, and there are I think legal agreements already in place through that planning application process for that. What then the process is really about the delivery of the crossing itself. What exists at the moment is an outline consent for a ped cycle crossing across the Wensum linked to the deal ground consent, and as Graham alluded to a moment ago, sorry, Mr. Nelson alluded to a moment ago, the need to provide connection back to the city from the deal ground as a condition on delivery there. So the question then becomes about what is needed to then bring forward all modes, as we describe it in the infrastructure delivery plan, crossing across the Wensum. So it's effectively upgrading that bridge to take vehicles. I mean, upgrading is not a literal term in terms of just making it stronger. It's about delivering a different bridge. So what we've then looked at, and using the information that was in the Housing Infrastructure Fund submission by Sorias a couple of years ago as a starting point to understand what it would take to get from where we are today, which is with a notional idea of the crossing, its scope, its scale, and what it needs to do, through a design, feasibility, consenting and construction process, and then into that allows you then to deliver. I think it is also worth pointing out, as I think we have in our response to the questions, that there is also the ability to start some works on site in terms of clearance remediation without a bridge, because of the access rights and the access points that the utility site is always used, which is the underpass under the railway off Hardy Road and the bridge structure that comes in from Craymorn Lane to the north. So there is an ability to start moving the preparations of the site forward, and as you've seen from the submissions, and obviously we have representatives from the site owners with us today, there is an ability to start moving that site. But effectively, we have worked on the principle in the master plan phasing that from the start we have today, which is knowing where that bridge is, knowing how it connects into the road infrastructure on the south of the Wensum, you probably need about 5 years to get through that process of consenting and design feasibility. Consenting, you then need a period to construct that bridge, and then that allows buildings to be built. So actually what we have in our trajectory is the start on site utilities in 2930, which aligns with that process of how you deliver the infrastructure needed. And again, through the partnership working between the owners of the Deal Ground May Gurney site, Sorias, and the owners of the utility site, so RWE and National Grid, this has been a process that they have been fully engaged with and supportive of in terms of how the timing and the link between the sites work. So that sort of gives you how we get to the point of having units started in 29, well, in the revised trajectory 2930. So hopefully that helps. I don't know if there are sort of any clarifications on that.
There's a few points. There was a lot of points raised there, some of which I've got questions I wanted to ask about. So, starting with the Spine Road, you mentioned before that was needed to secure access to the canoe club, at the very corner where the Yare meets the Wensum. Myself and Mr. Warden visited the site yesterday, and there is, we drove along the existing route to the canoe club, so that's in place as of now. Presumably the requirement is to maintain that access through the construction period. It doesn't necessarily follow that necessitates that maintenance of the access is the provision of the Spine Road, does it not? I mean, there is
No,
an
it
access
doesn't.
at present. It could be built around, or it could be, as long as that route is kept. It's obviously not at the same level of finish and of width and of quality that a spine road across the site would need to be, but it suffices for the current access. So it doesn't seem to me that it would necessarily follow that maintaining the access would necessarily mean that the spine road would be provided early.
No, I think the point I was making when I mentioned that earlier was that it was one of the factors, which means there needs to be a route across the site. The spine road is needed to unlock development of the north of the deal ground and make that saleable. So where we hit our point I discussed a moment ago about 185 units in 29-30 sort of period of market apartments, that needs the spine road to open it up, because a lot of those sit by the riverside. And then also the construction servicing for the wider deal ground delivery. So that spine road is really important as a piece of infrastructure for multiple reasons, and that's why the view in the infrastructure delivery and the master plan and the discussions with Sirius has been around how that gets delivered relatively early in the delivery period for the whole of deal ground and the utility site, because it is needed to enable the deal ground. It then is of a quality and of a scale to also meet the needs, because that's the way the agreements in the original consent were structured, to also be able to service the utility site needs as well. So again, yeah, I take the point that you don't need that scale of road necessarily to service the yacht club, but it is a factor in having access across the site and unencumbered access across the site through it. So there's a sort of a multiple sort of layer of reasons for that happening.
Just in terms of sequencing, and that's what I'm focusing on really when I look at the gap between the first completions assumed on deal ground and the first completions assumed on the utility site. Wouldn't the spine road really need to be largely in place before construction on the bridge could take place?
If I can get off mute. Not necessarily, because obviously we already have an access to the deal ground through the existing Lafarge tarmac access and onwards, as you've seen from your site visit and how that's accessed. It probably would be constructed easier, and obviously, as I said, you can then also bring in the north side landing through the existing access points for the utility site. So there is a need to have access through the sites, and obviously the key point again for that is that getting over the Yare through May Gurney would be a key consideration, and then constructing the bridge. They need to come together, whether that's you need to build the spine road then the bridge, or whether that's actually sort of co-construction because of the access you already have across the site, is one that we haven't got into the level of detail on in terms of constructability, construction phasing, for the level of master plan we're at, for the purposes of the master plan, that's the level of detail that comes later. But certainly, again, the work we've done, informed by the professional team that did the master plan and by Sirius's team, we have got an agreement that sequencing works.
It's I suppose another point that I'll just in response to what you've said, and we drove along that existing access, and obviously it's sufficient for a standard car to drive across. Whether it's strong enough and robust enough to handle major HGV movements loaded with construction materials, it's obviously a different standard of road is required. So that's one point. The second point relates to potential accesses from the north. There's obviously two at present. There's the one that goes underneath the railway bridge to the west. We visited that yesterday. There's a 2.8 metre high height limits on it, which obviously limit to an extent the vehicles that can get under there. With regards to the bridge at the north, there's a sign at the gate, the entrance to that, which says there's a 7.5 tonne weight limit, which is not corrected, but at least it seems to me that would exclude heavy goods vehicles laden with materials using it. The approach to that bridge is also very tight for a large vehicle. It's a very tight turning circle and quite a narrow route to navigate for a HGV to get around. So you can use the bridge, let alone whether its weight would be accommodated within the existing strength of that bridge. A further point with that northern access is that the route a HGV would have to take to get to it is along some very narrow roads. So for example, when we were there yesterday, Salisbury Road, which is the closest road to the entrance point, there's cars parked on both sides. We could get a HGV down there. So there's a lot of points there. In essence, I think the key point that I'm raising is it's not clear to me, at least at this stage, that you have an access route for construction traffic, given the constraints that apply, or that the existing route is sufficient to accommodate construction traffic from the south. And if that's the case, I'm happy to hear views to the contrary. You need the spine road before you can begin constructing the bridge. If that's the case, 2 years looks to me at least to be excessively ambitious to stagger first assumed completion rates, the deal ground, and then the utility site. But that's my thinking. That's where I'm coming from in asking these questions. I'm more than happy to hear a response to any of those points. Thank you.
I think one point, there's a third access to the utility site, which is a level crossing across the railway, which has been used for, obviously, in days gone past, the deconstruction of 2 power stations. Certainly Cadent, and there are, from when we've done site visits, Cadent have had low loaders, HGV scale low loaders parked on the bottom of Cramorn Lane, and the road that bends round there, waiting to go across that level crossing. Obviously that is time limited, it would need careful planning, but there is another heavier vehicle access, and obviously that's required by the rail operator and Network Rail to be able to service their activities as well. But there is the opportunity. So factually, there is a way of doing that. I think that it is an incredibly tricky. It's fair to say it's an incredibly complex and tricky sequence of moves that are needed to unlock that site. And I don't think the master plan is shying away from that. What we've looked at is from the point of producing a master plan in 2022, 2023, we've got ourselves 7 years to deliver a spine road, which already benefits from a planning consent. We've got an opportunity to plan, structurally test, design, and get consented a crossing across the river and construct it. The detail of how that sequencing works within that 7-year window to allow development to happen on the utility site, as I said, is something that this master plan process isn't at the level of detail to get to, but it is worked through from a process of how long from the experience of the team that worked on the master plan it takes to go from where we are today to getting a bridge active and working in that area and development coming forward. Obviously, you've seen from the landowners of the utility site, they actually are more ambitious than the partnership in terms of the timing. They actually believe that they could, subject to answering some of the questions that you've been posing, be delivering much earlier. And certainly that is the way they've been pushing us in terms of the master plan, that they believe they could sit in an earlier period than we've got them in our trajectory. So again, we've taken a slightly more conservative view than the landowners. But I don't know if their representatives who are on the call have any sort of more detail that can help you, Inspector.
Just before we go to the representatives from the utility site, I accept you've got a total of 7 years, but the reality is there's a whole sequence of pieces of infrastructure that need to be in place. And I think that which points in a different direction from taking that more global approach of saying we have a total of 7 years. You need the May Gurney site developed with a route across it, bridge then across the River Yare, then a spine road across the deal ground, then a bridge across the Wenson. So there's a whole series of sequencing that needs to take place in order for the first units to come forward on the utility site. I haven't yet heard a justification so far for first units on the utility site coming forward within 2 years after the first units on the deal ground. That seems to me to be one of the key sort of phasing elements. That's the point I'd appreciate most help on, really, from either the partnership or from the promoters of the utilities side. Thank you. I'm happy to hear a comment from whoever's best to respond in that regard.
From a partnership perspective, I don't know if there's much more I can add to how we've built into that that period. And again, I'm not debating that there is a sequence of things that we need to get through, whether they have to happen sequentially, and actually our belief in sort of understanding how things could happen isn't that everything has to be sequential, because there are certain grades of access to each of the sites that can allow some work to happen, whether that is weight restricted in some levels. You know, that's kind of how we've got to where we are, but I think it's probably utility site themselves that might be able to give you more than I can give you, to be honest.
Okay, Mr. Nelson's hand was raised first. I'll take a comment from Mr. Nelson, and we'll go to Sam Harper. Mr. Nelson first, please.
Thank you. I was just going to add to what Mr. Saunders was saying around that, and just comment more around the sort of wider approach. Look, there is a series of infrastructure requirements that will need to be delivered progressively. It's certainly one of the things that has been to the forefront of our thinking about how to promote this and how to engage with Homes England around that, in that if this is left entirely to the owners of the separate land parcels to negotiate the agreements, to fund, to then deliver this, there is certainly a considerable scope for delay in the provision of the infrastructure, and I can see that timing looks very challenging. This is one of the points that we do want to resolve in terms of delivery vehicles through stage 3 of the master plan process, because it seems that the art of coming up with whatever that mechanism is to get that public sector buy into this development and stand behind it, for which we need the allocation to be made in the plan effectively to unlock that process, is key to actually ensuring the timely delivery of this, because without that support and without some meaningful mechanism to assist with the delivery of the site, I think there is a high risk that some of the assumptions that Avis and Young have made will look optimistic, but that's what we want to get through and get out of through stage 3 of the process, particularly about how we can make that case for the interventions to de-risk this and to make sure that it is delivered in a timely manner.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Harper, did you wish to come in?
I think only to say that Mr. Nelson has covered off a lot of what I was going to pick up there, really. I think it's in our statements already, that we accept that the site is challenging and is hindered by access and infrastructure requirements. But as we have set out, and as Mr. Nelson has just set out, I think the driver for that is public funding to unlock that, and the sequencing in which that happens is obviously driven by the allocation, Mr. Nelson said, and as the plan progresses. So we are supportive of the time frame. In some ways, as was made reference earlier, we would like to see the site come forward sooner, because the site is available, it's ready, it is there, but we accept that the infrastructure requirements to connect it are paramount.
Thank you. Okay, and from my perspective, the questions have all been really directed at the process by which the access could be facilitated across both the Wensum and the Yare. It's that sequencing point that I think is prominent in my mind. Okay. Question about the annual rates of delivery that the partnership have assumed. Again, there's annual delivery rates for the market element of the scheme in excess of 100 in the year 2032, in excess of 150 units on an annualised basis. What's the basis for those assumptions, please? Thank you.
I'll happily pick this up. I mean, I think we've probably been through this in quite a bit of detail earlier in the morning, so I'm not sure how much additionally I have to add to this beyond the process that we've gone through, the evidence we've got in terms of sales absorption rates from speaking with local agents, how this links through to different points at which sales are coming forward, and the fact that we anticipate a differential of product and a differential of buyer taking units.
So is it a very similar approach to what was taken on the Dealground site in effect?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've considered this as a whole rather than considering all sorts of bits, because the idea is that this should come forward as a whole master planned area, and the look and feel of it should, you know, it's all about kind of unlocking the bit as a whole rather than just taking chunks kind of in and out on an ad hoc basis. So yeah, in terms of the process we have taken, it's been a process across the whole, and the approach has been consistent across the piece.
Okay, thank you. The final question I wanted to ask in relation to the utility site was in relation to the very thin strip of land, which I believe has been referred to as the ATB Lawrence site on the western side of the railway line. As I understand it, that's necessary land in order to deliver the pedestrian connection back into the city, which is a key element of what the partnership wished to achieve on the East Norwich site. Is there any agreement in place with the owners of the ATB Lawrence site to incorporate that land within the development?
Sorry, it was me struggling to unmute myself at that point. Yes, yes, but no, insofar as the owners of that 2 metre wide strip are not ATB Lawrence Scott, they are Norwich City Football Club, and there is a legal agreement in place to allow the Riverside Walk to be extended across that area that we can implement at any point effectively, so the city council benefits from that legal right to make good that has been secured previously on the back of the rest of the Riverside Walk that runs continuously along the riverside at that point right up to the boundary of Lawrence Scott at the moment.
Thank you. And does that strip of land under the control of the football club, does it connect to the point at which any path under the railway bridge would emerge on the western side? Because it seemed to me that where the underpass is at present, there appeared to be perhaps another land ownership, perhaps only for a short stretch, to connect the riverside strip to any path underneath the railway bridge.
It connects up to the point where the land becomes into Network Rail's ownership, and at that point that relates to the existing agreement that exists in relation to both the deal ground, the river, and the utilities site, because that stemmed from the previous application discussions around the previous proposed redevelopment of the utility site, which covered not just the ownership of the RWE and National Grid, who are the two parties being represented here, but also Network Rail were party to that previous agreement.
So there's no additional land ownership beyond those two. The path could be constructed without further land holdings.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, that concludes my questions for the utilities site. Are there any other questions or points anyone else wish to raise? Mr. Bennett, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I guess sort of coming back to the same point that I made at the end of the last question was how sort of key this sort of stage 3 report is going to be, as in sort of says in B 30.3, paragraph 43. It says the formal stage 3 exercise will be undertaking a deep dive into matters related to delivery mechanisms, timing, phasings, trigger points of delivery, and viability funding, all of which is going to have a massive implication on the delivery trajectory, which will supersede everything that we've just been talking about. So I appreciate we're going to get another trajectory for this for the autumn sessions, and then that'll be superseded again by whenever the stage 3 report comes out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Okay, I think that concludes question 2. Obviously, the next question is question 3, which relates to viability, which Mr. Warden will be leading on. If you wish to commence that now, Mr. Warden, give him the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hatfield. It's now 25 to 1, and we can either start on viability, question 3, see how far we get and have a break, or we can break now and deal with question 3 and 4 after lunch. I know the partnership. I think the partnership is available because there's an admin session later, but I don't know about other people's availability. So we're happy to do whatever other people want to do. Mr. Nelson.
Can I just clarify with the team from Avis and Young, because I understand some of those, particularly weren't available at parts of this afternoon. So I don't know if Mr. Saunders, where your availability is, because it might be particularly helpful to have you here for some of the viability debates.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do have to leave fairly close to 1 o'clock, maybe 10 minutes after that. So if we, and I think Kim can stay on longer. So if everyone is happy to make a start now.
Yeah, I probably need to be done by 2, but my preference would be, seeing that we've got some momentum behind this and a number of the queries I think Ray seem to link into the points of discussion we've just had. I think our preference would be, if others are happy, that we press on.
Okay, is everyone okay with that? We'll press on, and I mean, some of the points that we've discussed this morning actually are related to the viability discussion, so we don't need to rehearse some of those aspects, but we've got some questions. Is that okay with everyone? So if we just press on, if anyone needs a break, please say, but hopefully we might be able to deal with this soon after 1, or certainly before. Well, certainly I would think before 1:30, then we can break for lunch and come back and deal with issue 4, question 4. Okay. So in terms of viability, I'm just going to ask a question that there is a it's in the viability report, it's in the cabinet report, but in relation to public sector or investment gaps that would be needed to bring about the whole delivery of the site, and the figure of £153 million is has been referenced. I just got some questions about that, whether Mr. Nelson would like to say, or Mr. Saunders would like to say anything about that, and then I'd just like to explore what the options are for securing that investment, what the process and timetable will be. I know that reference has been made to the relationship with Homes England, and we've heard a little bit about that this morning as well, but I'd like to understand about that, and also how much of this kind of project relates to other investment projects of similar scales. So if we could start, I don't know whether Mr. Nelson, you just want, or Mr. Saunders, I'm in your hands, it might be both, just wants to just explain to us what that £153 million investment gap has in terms of the delivery of the site.
I suspect it might be wiser for Mr. Saunders to start with the figures, and then I'll come on to the process about some of the options for funding.
Thank you.
This may be a double act between Kim and I, but if effectively the process, again, I'm sorry to keep talking about process, has been to establish the master plan, establish the costs of delivery in terms of all of the infrastructure through the IDP, which has obviously been through a process of costing through the RPS cost plan, which sits as an appendix to the IDP document, which is B30.7. And on the other side of that, look at what the scheme across the East Norwich sites creates, and then what value that generates. So effectively at the end of that, we end up with a gap, which, as you've already referenced, is about 153 million. Now, what that looks at is that is not necessarily honed in the way we think about it, about a particular, well, if you use that money to build this one thing, then everything else works. What that is a genuine gap within the relationship between the cost and the value over time. And then there are multiple ways that could be addressed. And it's the point of stage 3 is to then look at which are the most effective ways of addressing that. So, for example, and these are only examples, it could be that some of the infrastructure we've talked about, whether it's the Wensum crossing, whether it's some of the access infrastructure in terms of sort of PED cycle upgrades, new routes through sites, could be an element which is funded through public investment, such as Homes England, whether it be like Homes England sort of brownfield land funding, for example, or in days gone by, HIF funding, whether it is then or elements of the commercial space that is funded, and that could be through something like a levelling up fund that we're all frantically trying to get bids into at the moment, or it might be affordable housing grant, for example. There are multiple ways of thinking about what that gap is made up of, and how we address that. But effectively, the way we've built it up is to understand that all of the costs, it's worth pointing out that what we've got built into those cost allowances is a bespoke contingency allowance relating to how confident we are in the level of information we've got to put a cost estimate on it. So RPS have been very clear about a 10% or a 20% cost contingency, which is built into those. So we've got some allowance in there for uncertainty. And then as we run that through a sort of, as Kim's alluded to earlier, a cash flow sort of development appraisal, it gets us to that point. Where we are in terms of, and Graham can talk about the Homes England relationship specifically, but I suppose what we've done within the delivery work is to start to look at the benefits and the outputs that any one piece of infrastructure or one piece of delivery, whether that's, as I said, commercial space, health space, etc., provides, and then how that aligns with experience on government investment, government funding in particular. So we've looked, as you've seen in the delivery report in B30.8, there's a whole sort of matrix approach to different items in the IDP and how they potentially could look to make business cases and who to make business cases for funding. So there's a whole sort of array of things. What we're very clear on is this isn't necessarily having to go, for want of a better way of putting it, cap in hand to Homes England and beg for 150 million, although that would be great if they did come in with a 150 million pound check. There are other ways of looking at this. There are other pots also that the local partners have particular influence and over that have been revved up and have been informed on the process. There's something like the Greater Norwich Infrastructure Investment Fund through the Growth Board. There's opportunities to deliver some of that funding through there. So we've deliberately looked at it from the perspective of what types of interventions here could be fundable and actually are hard to fund from the private sector perspective, and that's sort of, as you would expect, sort of levels of market failure in terms of their provision, and how some of that source of funding may come from. So that's kind of the process we've been through. There is also a baked in element of this, which is worth pointing out, around the marina, whereby given particularly the marina, the Crown Point Marina on the utility site, whereby that is a compensatory measure linked to fixing railway bridges, there is also, through the discussions we've had in the master plan development process, an appreciation that the cost of that, if not whole, in part, would also be subject to an agreement with Network Rail, because there would be a big impact linked to the fixing in the future of the Trouse Rail Bridge. So again, the need for the cost of that marina is potentially or is directly linked to other moves, and therefore you would see that as a compensatory measure, and therefore funding would come through that direction as well. So that's kind of where that gap is coming from. That's sort of the approaches we are starting to look at in terms of addressing that gap. It is, as has been said a number of times, and I think I've already said it, is stage 3 is to then move the project towards those business cases, to actually be at the point where you could submit a business case to DLUC or Homes England themselves, or another agency for that funding. So that's the whole point of stage 3, is to get us closer to a relationship, the point at which a business case can be submitted. I don't know if there's anything from your perspective. Might not be right.
No, I think that was probably clear for the moment.
Can I just thank you? I just ask before Mr. Nelson comes in, where he might be able to answer this question as well, but where then does that gap kick in? Where's the crucial? Where does it start to hit, and when?
So
do you understand what I mean by when?
Yeah, I do.
You know, at the moment, carrier work. You know, there's a consent that can happen on some part sites. Carrier work scheme report. I don't know what's needed there, but when does it start to hit? And in terms of a risk assessment, where is that earliest part of that need for public sector investment significantly could hinder the site development?
Suppose, you know, as you've already heard today, you know, there's a very clear position from the Carrow Work site around its deliverability and the ability to deliver its infrastructure. I think it's then the case that really where, and as you've seen in the submissions from the other respective landowners, that's where the conversations have most been focused with Homes England and the like, is that the delivery of deal ground utility site start to become the ones where a lot of that bites, I think is the phrase, where actually some of that funding is. But now that isn't that you need the whole 150 million to make those happen. Obviously, as I said, there's chunks of cost linked to different items, different interventions and different outcomes. So it's not that you need 150 million in, I don't know, 2025 to allow all that to happen. Actually, it's a sequencing of cost, and what we've got profiled is a level of cost linked to the phases of development that happens. So what we don't have anywhere in the work is that a point at which, you know, suddenly you need a 150 million pound check or nothing happens. It will be about how that is fed through, and that is entirely focused on making sure there's a reasonable prospect of having the right amount of funding at the right time in the process to allow the next phase of delivery to happen. But it is, as a sort of starter with, it's fair to say that the main challenges, maybe not all of them, are around the non-Carrow Works pieces of the jigsaw.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saunders. That's helpful. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, can I just sort of add to that? Because I mean, one of the questions, and sometimes that I end up having sort of debates with myself over here, and I can sort of sense it, because I would like to sit here and describe a timetable of a process that we're clearly working through. But in urban regenerations as this, I've not been able to establish a handbook, and so effectively there is no clear process that anyone can describe to me as how I navigate these circumstances, because it's each case on its own merits and is somewhat unique to go through. So the only thing that I can give you comfort of is around the fact that we've got, a very good level of buy-in from all the public sector partners. We've got established governance mechanisms with the private owners across the area bought into the process. We've got a very good working relationship with Homes England, and now a committed timetable to get through stage 3 of the process. Where we go after that in terms of when we're going to crystallise the timing and the nature of any release of public funds into this process, I don't know. I'm sure Martin and he's tried to answer where that would crystallise itself in terms of the development that goes on. But my point is I would be looking to get clarity over that sooner rather than later into the process, because some of the delivery assumptions that we've made, the confidence in the market and the nature of investment that you get in to this area, even for some of things like the Carrow Works, will be assisted by that clear mechanism set out for how the infrastructure, the wider connections to the Broads, to Whitlingham, the north-south connections that will benefit considerable parts of Norwich and otherwise will come into place. That if that comfort that there is some public sector involvement behind that can come earlier in the process, it makes, frankly, some of those assumptions that feel optimistic about how for the trajectory in terms of delivery, it makes them feel a lot more credible and gives a lot more comfort, particularly to my own organisation, that the actual quality of the development that will be delivered in terms of its overall sustainability criteria and in terms of, for instance, its social benefits around affordable housing will actually deliver this new community that is the vision that's set out in the master plan, and that will, that will work more beneficially. Now that's very highbrow, it's very aspirational. I make no apologies for that, but and so we can't give you that timetable of how that's going to then be taken forward beyond the stage 3 approach. But what I can say is there are a number of options round by which that are available to give whatever that mechanism is that comes out of stage 3, the funding and the teeth to actually be effective in terms of delivery of that. Homes England have made it absolutely clear to us that, there is no prospect of getting effectively a blank check to deliver against all those aspirations. They are expecting local partners to lead this process, to front it up and to have their own skin in the game. Uniquely amongst all the councils in the country, through our pooled SIL that we operate and the Greater Norwich Growth Board that operates in parallel with the Greater Norwich Development Partnership that promotes the plan over the same area, we do have local mechanisms. The city deal that we entered in for government, we've already levered to draw down £40 million of borrowing to advance the delivery of the Northern Distributor Road, to accelerate delivery in relation to the 2012 Joint Core Strategy. We're going through the process to use that mechanism in a similar way in relation to Long Stratton bypass at the moment. The scale of the infrastructure that would be needed to unlock East Norwich is of a similar order in terms of total cost, and certainly some of those mechanisms, there is still borrowing headroom available within that city deal that was originally established. We've had initial discussions around that, and all the members of the Greater Norwich Growth Board are entirely supportive of that being explored further, because for various reasons, they all stand to benefit from a high quality development being done here. One of the particular reasons I'll just draw out is that It's not just about Network Rail and the longer term possibilities of the rail bridge, which is currently the only single track electrified part of the network between Norwich and London, the Trowse Rail Bridge, which is also unique. In fact, it's only part of the electrified network of the country that lifts. So maintenance costs of that bridge, but upstream of the Trowse Rail Bridge, there are 3 other opening bridges that are maintained by the County Highway Authority, one of which is the Carrow Road Bridge and has major structural issues that need to be addressed, and so there's quite considerable sort of savings available potentially for the county council should at some point the bridges be put in, the marinas come in, and that be sorted by that. Excuse me a second, I'm going to and the other point to note is that in practice, both in terms of the phasing of release of any public sector money, it's going to be a partnership approach, and it's probably going to be a mixture of grant and loan. And then in all our discussions with Homes England, they've never given a clear indication that of what level of funding they may be prepared to commit to Greater Norwich and delivery of East Norwich, but what they have been perfectly clear on is that the emerging work and the order of costs that are identified in relation to the work that Avis and Young have been doing for us is not of an order that has caused them to pause the work that they're about to do. In fact, they're quite comfortable with that overall order of costs, bearing in mind what they perceive as the significant benefits. They just need to work out the mechanisms and the most intelligent way of getting that support in. But certainly there is a strong degree of support that's been evidenced through the statements of common ground for this process effectively being completed to make that case. And one of the reasons particularly why Homes England have been supporting us to do that is because of the content and the emerging change in their strategic direction and the levelling up bill that's going through Parliament effectively, and a change in steer about their relative priorities. So they're genuinely interested in delivering sustainable development that wouldn't otherwise be delivered without their intervention, rather than simply chasing numbers at the lowest cost to the public purse.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. There's I suppose the way in which the site could be developed with Carrow Works and then with the utility site at the back end, as it were, actually, in terms of timetable and location. But the utility site with the bridge and the marina takes up a considerable amount of investment. And is there a question about diminishing returns at that back end? I mean, is that a risk because you're dealing with a potentially fewer number of houses compared to the site overall for some significant amounts of investment later on in the process? And is that a risk in terms of how Homes England might see it?
I suspect, I mean, that's a question in a way we would have to ask at Homes England, but certainly from my perspective, yes, there is a risk of this being perceived as a law of diminishing returns, which is one of the reasons why I'm keen to take the process that we're going through, that drive forward through the stage 3 of the master plan process, and then reach that decision around what that delivery mechanism is and what level of subsidy may be available to support that delivery mechanism relatively early in the process, because that will give more confidence in terms of the quality of development that can be secured in relation to the Carrow Works, and it minimises that risk of actually, the Carrow Works being delivered in isolation, then possibly parts of the deal ground coming in, and then the big infrastructure ask effectively falling over at that stage in the process, because the level of place-based benefits that arise from the development is actually in relation to a lower level of development. I mean, it is quite clear that we've really got no problem with this development starting, because that builds credibility in terms of momentum. So there's things going away, but we want to have that mechanism sorted relatively early in that overall process to maximise the prospects of getting the most beneficial public outcome.
Thank you. Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. I suppose just a point to add on around the diminishing return, and to return something I said a moment ago. I think that's why it's important to sort of just think about this as a potential package of interventions and a way of looking at it, not just from a Homes England housing lens. The thing we do have to keep in mind is that the utilities site contributes significantly from an economic perspective in terms of the mix of uses on the site, which can have a considerable amount of employment generating activity, particularly in the area that buffers the Crown Point depot, and also, even with the marina, the impact that has on the visitor economy for both the Broads and the city, and the ability to do the thing that actually Norwich's vision is set up to do, which is make the most of the unique setting of Norwich as the only city in the country that links to a national park or is part of a national park. So I think absolutely from a housing perspective, there's a risk there, but which is why the delivery work, the work that we've been doing with the partnership, has also looked at other things and other ways of doing things and other justifications for things, because actually out of our 4,100 jobs, a considerable proportion of those would exist on the utility site. And I think that's, again, just reinforces Graham's point, which is, we have to look at this holistically. Yes, we're talking today a lot about housing numbers, but East Norwich is more than housing. East Norwich is a proper mixed use integrated piece of city, and it has a lot of other non-residential elements to it, and that is really where the utility site adds a lot of value to the East Norwich proposition.
Thank you. So just there's a point there which we may come on to in question 4, which is about the employment, at least 4,000 jobs. So in that sense, is that critical? It's critical in itself, but it's also might be critical in terms of establishing those other benefits apart from housing. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we're looking at the complete package of benefits, then the job creation has always been a fundamental and key part of the East Norwich proposition. Obviously, the original 5th studio work that was referred to this morning had the figure at about 6,000 jobs. So we have moved away from that, having looked at the market, having looked at the capacity of the site, having looked at the mix of uses. I'm sure you'll come back to that discussion around the policy, but it is an important component. And as you would expect, given we're in the context of levelling up, it is an important component of any brownfield regeneration project.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, just in terms of Homes England, you've helpfully explained the partnership's position and relationship with Homes England. And my words, not yours, but you kind of showed them the figures and they didn't blink, but they also saying you've not got a blank check. I mean, we can't wait for stage 3 as inspectors on this plan. We don't anticipate waiting till then. What confidence is there for us as inspectors in examining this plan that relationship will be such that Homes England and others will actually be able to, or the partnership will be able to secure the level of investment needed to make this site happen? For example, you've talked about various it's effectively it's a bit of a cocktail of funding opportunities and there isn't a set timetable, but are those funding opportunities part of a competitive process that East Norwich will be competing against other large development sites and projects for within the east of England and potentially beyond?
It's a difficult question to answer, but what I hope to do is present the evidence to you that will let you sort of convince you that there's at least a reasonable prospect of our succeeding in that mission to gain that funding. The sources of funding and where we are with Homes England is various effectively. So it is clear that as part of this process to lever in funding from organisations such as Homes England, there will be some form of beauty contest, but I hope that their statement of common ground and their evidence that they've submitted has given you at least some reasonable assurance we stand a significant chance of securing that through any such process that we need to go through, because of what they've described as this being, I think, the single most exciting and major regeneration process in the region. We don't know as to whether that beauty process, whatever that is going to be of a national scope or a regional one, but say if it is done within the regional context, we think we are the preeminent opportunity within the region and by far and away the most advanced in terms of making that case. If it's done on a national process, we think, you know, we fit in very well with the Levelling Up white paper and the agenda that's been described by government there, and will be able to promote a very strong case. It's a different picture when you look at the local sources of funding and the fact that, you know, we have this vehicle that is the Greater Norwich Growth Board that is ambitious for the area. And I think I would describe, you know, the delivery of East Norwich is rapidly moving up the hierarchy and described at some length in the Greater Norwich Investment Plan for its comparative importance and its criticality. And it's something that say that all those partners benefit from, and the discussions at the Greater Norwich Growth Board has not been about whether this should be a priority compared to anything else in the local area. It's that discussion about how we can make the best case to make this form of development happen.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you. I appreciate it's 1:05 and Mr. Saunders has to go at 10 past. Is there anything you wish to add, Mr. Saunders, before you leave us?
No, I don't think there is specific, and obviously Kim and Mr. Nelson can, I think, probably do a better job than me in covering some of the issues that you're going to discuss. So thank you for the opportunity there.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Thank you for your contributions. Can I just turn to Mr. Harper, please? And Mr. Harper, you've submitted a late response, well, a late submission. Which raises some issues about viability on utility site, and in particular the marina. And it seems to be a change from your previous submission. And I just want to know if you could please explain to us what is behind that, and what the view is of your clients in relation to viability and the deliverability of the marina.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I think the position around the marina is that it's obviously it's associated with a significant cost, and others have been party to discussions around the fact that cost is unlikely to be able to be shouldered by the values associated with the return on our side, both commercial floor space and residential. So whilst there is not an objection, and I think my clients would like to make that clear, it is making it known or highlighting to you as the inspectors and others that cost and the funding for that, I think, will need to materialise from elsewhere. On that basis, we don't have an objection in principle to it being located on the site. Indeed, we are mindful of the fact, as has been touched on by Alison Young already, that there will be benefits associated with that in terms of potential higher residential values and such like.
Is that a change from your previous position, or just a clarification of?
I think it's more of a clarification. Yeah, more of a clarification. I don't foresee that as a change, but apologies if that's how it's been interpreted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Nelson, is there anything that you'd like to say in response to that submission in relation to the promoters of the utility site?
I don't think there's a great deal to add just to what Mr. Harper has said. I mean, in some place, it is merely a clarification. The owners have made clear that they, whilst they can see the benefits of providing a marina, I think they have a legitimate point to point out that the benefits that arise from that marina are effectively city and site wide in terms of what they do for placemaking, flood mitigation, and sort of establishing a sort of brand and indeed levering in future economic investments. And at that level, this comes into, again, the delivery mechanism. Even if the land on which the marina is to be provided, which is, we've looked widely across East Norwich for the best location to get this and have concluded for a variety of reasons that the utilities site is the preferred area to get that level of provision. Yeah, it has benefits beyond the site. So it's one of those reasons that we're particularly keen to promote this wider approach to it and not entirely see East Norwich as just effectively 4 separate sequential sites. They can deliver so much more for the place if viewed as a whole rather than as individual sites.
Thank you. You referred to the relationship of the marina to the bridge, and you've also referred to the role of Network Rail in that, and you've also referred to other bridges along the river. But is the marina, in terms of its timing of deliverability, is that crucial for the rest of the utility site in order to get that bridge in and get across? Does the marina have to be, at what point does the marina have to be in order to effectively get the new bridge across?
From a technical point of view, I don't think it is critical, but from a practical and political point of view, because as I was outlining earlier, one of the real advantages that we have when presenting our case for support is that not only do I have an established public-private partnership with all the landowners involved and backing me up in those discussions with government, I also have the backing of all the complex myriad of public bodies that interact around this area, and that unanimity of support from the public bodies is a critical part of our attractiveness for the investment. And just from that point of view, because of the navigation concerns of the Broads Authority, having clarity and certainty of the marina being delivered before the navigation rights would be sealed by a fixed bridge is a very important part of the overall package that I'd need to deliver to give some surety of that continued political support for the overall importance of what we're delivering at East Norwich.
Thank you. Could I just go? I know Mr. Hagiono, I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing it right. Hagiono is got to leave it.
Hagiono, I'm so sorry for having
Hagiono. No, it's my fault. I'm so sorry, Hagiono. You've got to leave. But I mean, hopefully we won't be on this much longer. But in respect of the Carrow works,
yes.
I mean, what we're talking about investment requirements potentially for later on in the process. But what does that uncertainty over investment later on within the bigger scheme at this stage, does that alter any of your delivery assumptions or how you might see the site being taken forward, and what, particularly in relation to your site?
Okay, so the difficulty I have at this junction in time, just about to submit an application, we will go into discussions with development management on all aspects of requirements in accordance with the seal regs, the emerging SBD, etc. to give comfort, the delivery rates and the numbers we are talking about have factored in a scenario where we can, in effect, hopefully, deliver the majority of what's required or make a contribution to the majority of what's required. Because as Graham has helpfully said, it's constituents of many parts. You know, some sites will deliver stuff that, infrastructure that actually has a benefit to wider sites in the wider area. The same would apply to Carrow Works. So we will get into those discussions, you know, mid to late July onwards with the local planning authority, because I have to ensure as agent that I have got a viable scheme on behalf of my client. So whether all the infrastructure associated with Carrow Works can be effectively delivered in accordance with the draft SPD as it currently stands, I cannot confirm that. What I can confirm is that every endeavour will be made to make sure that this site makes its contribution to the wider regeneration area. And indeed, we've been in discussions with development management on that basis and other key stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chung.
Thank you, sir. Before Mr. Hajiana goes, I was just wondering whether he could confirm whether when the planning application goes in, which we're told is imminent, whether it's going to be accompanied by some form of viability assessment setting out how the scheme that they are making an application for is viable or what it relies on to be viable.
Certainly. I may have touched on that earlier on. Yes, indeed it will. So once the application's in, viability assessments will be presented. They will be assessed by an independent viability assessor, I believe, alongside discussions on obligations required, you know, still contributions, etc. So yes, that discussion will take place once the application's in and once the application is validated. Because I have to put on notice, it's a very large submission.
Thank you, sir. That's very helpful. I look forward to receiving now, looking at it. Thank you.
Thank you. And what's the purpose of the viability assessment? What's its objective on that with that application?
Right. So if I can just set out what the validation requirements are for Norwich City. We need to provide an affordable housing statement. We need to provide a planning obligation statement. We need to outline what our heads of terms would be for Section 106. And then obviously we need to articulate as part of that affordable housing statement how much affordable housing we're proposing to provide. Now, under normal policy circumstances, and indeed as required by the National Planning Policy Framework, if you're under what the provision should be, you need to support that by a viability assessment. So where I stand at the current time, I haven't been able to say what the percentage is, but following submission, if it's under the percentage the council's looking for, there'll be a viability assessment. Does that answer the question?
It does, and therefore what that might do to your delivery.
As I said, assumptions have been made at a level across the board for all infrastructure contributions and delivery for a scheme based on the numbers we have provided on the delivery that I have set out in terms of the years when they can come forward, and in accordance with the agreements and the land deal, so to speak, our clients have been having with individual house builders and others, effectively showing that the scheme can be delivered, but it will be at a certain point in terms of delivery of infrastructure and other. And at this point in time, I don't know what that is.
But you indicated that or she suggested that the level of affordable housing might be lower than what the council might expect.
Yes, it very well may be. The difficulty I have is the affordable housing statement is the last piece in the jigsaw I'm to receive for the submission. So I can't say, yes, we'll be in compliance and there won't be a viability assessment until I've actually seen what the final version say. So I am being quite transparent about caveating my position or hedging my bets that either it is or it isn't. So if it isn't, it will need to be subject to viability. If it's not, there is still, if it is, there still may need to be a viability discussion on all the other infrastructure requirements if actually you're providing full quota of affordable, but you're struggling on everything else or some other parts. So again, I have to leverage my answer right in the middle of the line, middle of the fence, sitting on the fence until I have seen the detail, i.e. the facts I referred to before.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to raise any other points on viability? Mr. Bennett.
Hello, thank you, sir. Sort of going back to tests in the PPG, we're sort of discussing at the moment whether the evidence shows that there's a reasonable prospect of the site coming forward viably at the point envisaged. And looking at it, we've got, is there a reasonable prospect of the funding, which is sort of into the hundreds of, well, 150 million, as we've just said. We have to consider whether it's reasonable to make a 10% reduction as well on the contingency costs for the heating and power network, whether it's reasonable to assume sort of 1% price growth in the Avonson Young work, and also just on a final point which hasn't been raised again, which is the delivery rates point, which we referred to in our matter statement about the situation at the North Essex authorities, where basically in the you'll see in the inspector's report, paragraph 79 to 172, where it's discussed about one of the garden villages in that case, where the viability was assessed on high delivery rates that the inspector didn't consider to be reasonable, and then said finally that it would be unwise to embark on these very long-term projects on the basis of delivery assumptions that have not been shown to be achievable in practice. And I guess it would be good to have clarities on the further work that's, or sorry, it'd be good to have clarity on how arguably lower delivery rates and a longer delivery period would have on the viability, given the costs of finance, etc., and obviously increasing prices of construction material, etc., on the viability of this site, and whether that can be relied upon now to demonstrate this site as having a reasonable prospect of delivering in full. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll invite the partnership and Avonson Young to respond to that point, but Mr. Chung has got his hand up as well, so it may be a related question, Mr. Chung.
Yes, it was just really following on from what Mr. Bennett's been saying. I mean, we know that the test is a reasonable prospect. It's not certainty. We accept that. It's a reasonable prospect. As regards this entire site, whether there's a reasonable prospect really, in truth, depends on whether there's a reasonable prospect of a very significant amount of public sector funding coming forward. And that decision has to be taken now, so as you've already alluded to, you've got to take that decision now on the basis of the evidence before you. And the evidence before you from the partnership is that they have yet to do the stage 3 process, which is where the deep dive will take place in matters related to development mechanisms, timing, phasing, trigger points for delivery, and they say critically viability and funding to assist with the delivery of key infrastructure and affordable housing. Now, we know this site can't come forward without the key infrastructure. Key infrastructure can't come forward without very significant amounts of public funding. Of course, we've heard from the partnership they're confident that funding will be forthcoming, but we don't know how much. Whether all of it will be forthcoming, whether sufficient will be forthcoming to make this entire project stack up. The fact is, we just don't know, and the point I would make is that you can't pass the reasonable prospect test simply on the basis of a hope on the part of the partnership and those who have interests in these sites, a hope that people in the public sector, the bodies in the public sector, will come up with literally hundreds of millions of pounds to make this work. We just don't know. And that comes back to the point that we've been making about this site right from the off. We're not saying that it shouldn't be allocated, that it shouldn't be in the plan. I think everybody would agree that it would be fabulous if the site could be regenerated. but we shouldn't plan on the basis that this is going to happen. This should be a site which should remain in the plan, and if that funding becomes available at the levels that it needs to become available, all good and well, and the site will deliver at some point, at whatever speed that you think it will deliver at, having heard all of the evidence. But what we can't do is to proceed upon the basis, yes, this will happen. It's a site that should stay in and should be viewed as a bonus if it comes forward at some point during the plan period and begins to deliver. That would be a bonus. But we shouldn't plan on the basis that it's going to happen, because we have no real firm evidence that it's going to happen. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chung. Thank you. Mr. Bennett.
Oh, hang on. Thank you. Sorry, it's just a follow-up to that as well, which was it is one of the schemes highlighted in the viability report, which is Milton Keynes East, which I think is sort of following on from what's been said. It's quite a good example of what's happened somewhere else. So Milton Keynes East was an application that that we as Lichfield submitted for St James Barclay, and it was reliant on £96 million of funding, and in the Plan MK it was treated as a contingency allocation and formed part of a wider buffer, and the planning policy for it, they said that it can only come forward as such time as funding is given to the bridge over the M1 and to education and to other bits of the site. There was the evidence, there was a reasonable prospect that that may well have happened, but only as a contingency site. So I think the Milton Keynes East provides a good example of what could potentially be done, as Mr. Chong was saying, about a bonus in a delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the partnership now, and Mr. Nelson and Mr. Bird have got their hands up. So I'll start with Mr. Bird.
Thank you, sir. No, I was just going to put it in the context of what the advice actually is on the meaning of deliverable and developable. Deliverable I won't touch upon, but developable. And so we rely on the majority of this allocation being, as it were, in the developable category, is sites should be at a suitable location for housing development with a reasonable prospect that they will be available and could be viably developed at the point envisaged. There's no requirement for certainty of funding. It is sufficient in terms of the grant funding that could be developed, could enable development at the point envisaged. And you've seen the evidence base in terms of the involvement of Homes England. You've also seen the evidence base in terms of comparable levels of funding for regeneration projects elsewhere, which indicate that the level of funding which would be required here is not out of the ordinary for what is the preeminent regeneration scheme in the east of England. And you also have to bear in mind, of course, the trajectory, and obviously you'll be returning to the trajectory in due course, allows for flexibility in any event in terms of developability. But I'll turn now to Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Mr. Nelson.
You'll be reassured to note I don't really wish to add further, because Mr. Bird has just covered what I was about to cover far more eloquently than I ever could.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Hatfield, have you got any questions?
Nothing further from me on question 3. No, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any further points I wish to raise on question 3. Thank you for your contributions. It's now nearly 1:30. We'll take a break and we'll come back and discuss the question 4 on the policy wording, and then we'll then go on to have an admin session later after that with us and the partnership. So it's Feeney's looking at me, and do people will people be happy with a 30-minute break or 45-minute break? Silence.
From a partnership perspective, we're comfortable with a 30-minute break.
Okay, for those who will be contributing to the policy discussion, are you comfortable with a 30-minute break? Silence denotes consent. We'll come back at 2. Thank you very much.
local plan. We're going to move on to question 4 now, which is, does policy GNLP 0360/3053/R10, including the suggested modifications proposed by the partnership, provide an effective framework for the delivery of the East Norwich strategic regeneration? The revisions and the modifications proposed by the partnership covered both policy 7.1, the part 1 local plan, and also the detailed site-specific policy. I'm going to propose we start with the modifications to policy 7.1 briefly before going on to the site-specific policy. Okay, just to kick off then, a question for the partnership first. What's the reason for using the wording at least in regards to the 4,100 jobs which are proposed?
It shows the partnership's aspiration, bearing in mind for what we hope to deliver here and some of the logic that Mr. Saunders set out earlier. If that's particularly objectionable to us, I have no problem with that being replaced by in the region of. Again, there's no particular logic to it being a minimum figure.
Okay. From my perspective, it was just to understand why it had been made a policy requirement. And also, I was unclear, in addition to understanding the rationale, as to how that would be disaggregated or be determined in the event that, say, 3 or 4 separate applications came in. How would that requirement be benchmarked on a site-specific basis?
I think we'd look to the master plan to inform that, because that identifies areas and quantums, floor space, effectively to provide an understanding of how that works. Other than that, there might be further information provided as part of planning applications to allow us to test that.
I'll reflect on that point in terms of whether it's at least or around. Just to understand what the rationale behind it was. I noticed, for example, in the policy as submitted, it was around 6,000 jobs. And that changed to at least 4,100. That was the reason for the question. Does the partnership wish to respond to that at all, Paul?
I don't think as I mean, as I say, the 4,100 is drawn from an assumption that we think is conservative, that's set out in the master plan that identifies the area that might be used for employment uses. Frankly, I think it's a fairly conservative figure. The important point from a policy point of view is effectively the reference to supporting delivering significant new opportunities. In some ways, then it comes into the master plan process. I'd be disappointed if we couldn't deliver at least 4,100 jobs as part of the major development that we're planning. But I take your point, it actually might be quite hard to apply that in relation to that aspect of the policy in relation to individual applications coming forward over part of the site.
Okay. Thank you. Second point with regards to policy 7.1. Historic England expressed concern regarding the wording conserve and where opportunities arise, enhance heritage assets, and suggested an alternative wording. From my perspective, it'd just be helpful to hear from Historic England what the rationale for concern was. Sure, Ms. Matt, or was it Ms. Campbell? Either of us.
Thank you very much for providing that opportunity. I think the phrasing that was used in the draft policy is the normal phraseology we would see used in relation just to conservation areas, whereas when there's a mixture of heritage assets, we would promote the alternative wording that we have suggested. So on this site, we have a scheduled monument, we have lots of listed buildings, we have also the registered park and garden nearby, and 2 conservation areas. So there's a range of assets. that's why we suggest that alternative wording, and that's what we'd advise to all local authorities on that matter. That
So
was
from
really
your
the
perspective,
logic.
and from your perspective, is that really just to reflect the different tests that apply to different heritage assets?
That's right, and to reflect the NPPF and the advice in legislation and planning practice guidance as well.
Okay. I think in the partnerships defence, that was wording I suggested to them in some of the hearing sessions. I think it was in relation to conservation. No, it's fine really. I think it was in relation to conservation areas. There was a discussion about the precise form that individual site-specific policies might take. I do take the point, particularly in this case, where there's such a range of heritage assets and there are obviously different legal tests. Mr. Nelson, did you wish to come in? I see you.
I was just going to comment, this is the overarching policy that covers the entirety of the site, and clearly the nature of the wording that's requested by Historic England, my own view, is probably more appropriate to the specifics in relation to the Carrow Works site, where clearly the heritage value is of a very high much order than the heritage over the rest of the site, taking that mix of conservation areas, non-conservation areas, things with very considerable heritage values to areas with comparatively little heritage value. Certainly your original wording sort of treads a middle ground that certainly left me feeling quite comfortable with.
Okay. Just looking at the suggested wording from Historic England, I think just to cover the bases, particularly on this site, development should conserve or / sustain or where appropriate enhance significance of heritage assets. I think that wording probably is slightly better in this case. I'm not sure that the bracketed section is needed. I appreciate why Historic England might not be in. I think that probably goes without saying at the application stage that significance is setting is a key part of that.
That's fine.
Well,
I think the significance issue is of keynote, as you say, and as long as that wording is in, the brackets is more to explain to the lay person what we mean by significance. That includes setting, but I would be very happy to just go with the unbracketed version.
Okay, if you could add that to list of modifications, then please, that would be. Okay. Are there any other comments on policy 7.1 then before we move on? You see that's now significantly truncated compared to the policy as submitted. It is more overarching in nature. So the majority of my question relates to the more detailed policy. But are there any additional comments before we move on policy 7.1? Okay. Thank you. In which case we'll move on then to the site-specific policy part 2 plan, which was GNLP 0360/3053/R10. Question for Historic England to start with. You've proposed a rewriting of criterion 7. Why do you consider that the original wording is
I think the suggested rewrite that we're proposing very clearly lists the assets that are affected. It puts up. It also brings in much more clearly the various mitigation and enhancement that may be required, and so that is why we suggested that alternative wording. We thought it was clearer. We thought it would be more effective, and we thought it met more clearly the advice in HEAN 3 on policy wording for heritage areas.
Does the partnership have a view on the suggested wording?
I would suggest I don't have a particularly strong view, but the level of specificity in the proposed policy, the Historic England wording, feels slightly out of kilter with the rest of the plan in terms of how the allocations have been promoted. And I think there's merits in terms of the consistency between how we're handling different sites across the entirety of the plan. I still look at the wording in Paris bullet 7 as as it's been drafted in the document that we've submitted, and it looks adequate to me.
What's the value Historic England see in adding all of that additional detail in, itemising the sites, the heritage assets, for example, specifying some of the, I mean, looking at the second part, I mean, some of that strays into perhaps some of the site-specific or parcel-specific matters, I guess. What's the benefits that Historic England see, and why do they consider particularly that the current approach is unsound? Because that's the test.
I think just going back a little step, I think if you look at our statement of common ground with the partnership, particularly following the preparation of many of the heritage appraisals for some of the other sites across the plan area, we were looking at wording much more like this, that listed heritage assets and that listed potential mitigation. So that has been included within the statement of common ground and agreed with the partnership in the autumn. And so, to my mind, particularly given the considerable heritage interest on this site, it is a very large site with not only a scheduled monument, but also Grade 1 listed building, Grade 2 star, and a number of other heritage assets. The sheer intensity of heritage interest on this site, I personally think, warrants this sort of attention to detail. It's what we would expect in any local plan, what we would advise any local authority for a site of this nature.
Mr. Nelson, then just help me out here. Are the specific heritage assets at the site, are they itemised in the explanatory text? I'm just leafing through the document now, but it's 24 pages, so I'm well overlook it from there.
So if it helps, paragraph 219, sir.
219. I think if they're listed there, then that covers it from an informational point of view, really. We'll go on to discuss each constituent part of the site in a second. Perhaps with regards to that suggested wording, the second part talks about key views, lists some of the assets and how open space might be. It talks about the interconnection between various elements within the works on the site. So is anything that's in that section not covered at present in any part of the existing policy that needs to be? I think is a key question for me. So can you help me out? Ms. Max, please.
I suppose there is a difference, isn't there, between the status afforded to supporting text in a plan and the status afforded to policy. And therefore, whilst I can understand that perhaps you think it's not necessary to list all of the assets, and fair enough, I think it is really important for us to list mitigation very clearly in the policy, because it's the policy that any application will be judged against, not the supporting text. It is the policy that carries greater weight. And that is why I would recommend that those are included in the policy.
I think we'll go through each of the constituent parts of the site. And as we do so, we can perhaps pick up some of those matters, and I'll perhaps reflect after we've had that discussion about some of those suggested issues, if that's okay. And there's also a suggested suggestion in your statement with regards to section 13 policy as well. I'll just scroll down to it. So at present, it reads an archaeological assessment will be required prior to development. Your suggested replacement is longer than that. It's 3 or 4 sentences. I think with this one, I probably have a clearer view that, in my view, the existing wording is sound. And with regards to the latter, I think I had this point raised with the partnership on a number of issues to the satisfaction of the county council, etc., agreed with the county council. I mean, is there anything in that section that you think needs to be there that is missing at present that makes it unsound at present? You know, like I say, looking at it now, provides slightly more detail, but it is not the intention and the outcome of it to be the same.
Sorry, was this?
Annette, sorry, did you want to come in? Sorry.
Sorry, Inspector. I've been told that on YouTube your headset's a bit patchy. I wonder if I could swap it over. Sorry, everybody. I'll just.
Oh, the noise coming. My audio. Fine. Do we have it? Shall I try using the computer audio or? Okay, can everyone hear me okay? Is that coming through as loud and clear? Okay, please, if there's any more interruption to the audio at all, then please raise hands and I can go to the computer audio if necessary. Okay, I think it was my last point. Was that heard clearly by the participants or not with regard to criterion 13? So I think we've just had another headset arrive. Okay. Criterion, sorry, before I changed headsets, the question was to Historic England. Criterion 13 at present is a single sentence which I read out. Obviously, there's a suggested replacement, section 13 for Historic England. What is it about the current section 13 that's considered to be unsound that is requiring the remedy that's set out in your hearing statement? Thank you.
Thank you. It's some wording that I ran past our Inspector of Ancient Monuments for the area, and he recommended that this would be a clearer form of wording. It would be clearer in terms of the sequencing of the evaluation required, and also would make the point that it's not just something that needs to be agreed with the county council, but given the scheduled monument, that brings Historic England into the equation. So that was his recommended wording, and that is what I put before you now. Though I appreciate you may prefer to stick to the simpler form of wording.
What's the concern with the clarity of the existing wording, Ms. Mack?
Bear with me, I'm just going to get that absolutely in front of me so I can be clear. I think at the moment it is fairly vague. So when it's talking about, for example, prior to development, that is different to prior to the determination of any planning application. Do you see the difference? So that yes. Makes it very clear that it is a factor that needs to be considered at application stage, not just left to post-determination. So that's one key element. And I think the other aspect, as I was saying, was making it clear that this is, because of the scheduled nature of the archaeology on the site, that this involves Historic England. It's not just a county matter.
Okay, and the first sentence in your suggested wording refers to, it says it's required in those areas not previously subject to archaeological evaluation. Has there been archaeological evaluation in parts of the site then?
I believe that to be the case, and I believe that's why our inspector put that here. He has extensive knowledge of the site, and I would imagine that is why he suggested that wording.
I take your point about clarity with regards to the existing point 13. Right to development is imprecise. Mr. Nelson, do you have strong views on this matter? Or do you have any comments on what's been said so far?
I wouldn't describe my views on this particular sort of detail of the policy as especially strong, but my comment would be that what is being sought there is a description of our standard practice effectively. So we would ordinarily, the scope of any archaeological assessment, we would agree with Norfolk County Council and Historic England where it affects a scheduled monument in any case. And because of the interest in the site, we actually may do that on a rather larger range of archaeological assessments than actually that we're required to do in practice. So I don't think it really adds anything. And I think the other point about the archaeological assessment being required prior to development, it is vague in certain ways, and certainly when it comes to the Carrow Works part of the site, clearly getting that upfront and knowing that will be a key part of the development process. Elsewhere across the site, possibly I would have thought that the detail of the level of archaeological investigation, for instance, might be conditioned in certain stuff, so would be required prior to the development. So you might not. I'm just wary of a very large and diverse site requiring a great deal of investigation up front, which adds to costs where there might not be the evidence to actually require that approach in all parts of the quite a wide and diverse site.
Okay. I do think there is some lack of clarity at present. Prior to development is a bit vague. I appreciate there might be areas of the site where you might want to defer things to condition. Can I just ask you to reflect on that point? I think with regards to Historic England's final sentence, beginning the scope of any archaeological works, I think that that sentence, I should say, is more within the ambit of what I'd expect to see in the explanatory text rather than the policy wording. But I think perhaps if a reworded clause 13 could be crafted, which it doesn't have the disadvantage of being somewhat vague, then I have to comment on that separately, as we've done with other reworded clauses to the policy wording. Okay. Is there anything else on the section of the policy prior to the sections which move on to the various component parts, such as, for example, the deal ground, the Carrow Works sites, etc.? So clauses 1 to 15. Are there any other comments on those clauses before we move on? Okay. We'll move then on to the May Gurney deal ground part of the site. With regards to, it's a question really for the partnership. The criterion C under the point 20 says the provision of a spine road across the deal ground built to adoptable standards. Does that need to specify that it connects to the point at which the bridge over the Wensum begin, or is that not needed in terms of would the spine road lead to that, or would the spine road lead across the site to the northeast?
The spine road, it's vital that it's built to adoptable standard as far as its connection to the bridge that would then be required across the River Wensum. But
I just wondered whether it needed to say to adoptable standards connecting to the bridge over the River Wensum. For clarity.
I'm just starting to look through the rest of the policy to see. It sort of relates to G, that there's so the reference to the bridge being connected back to the spine road is in criterion G. Just if you add it into C, I see no problem, but that's probably duplication, isn't it?
I see what you're saying, actually, yes. There's reference to connection to the spine road there. Fair enough, in which case there's probably no need for any further changes to C on that basis. Okay. Another detailed point. Historic England have suggested an additional criterion relating to requiring an area of open space within the site in the corner nearest to St Andrew's Church. And obviously the master plan was modified between stages 1 and 2 to incorporate something like that. I just have a view on including that as a requirement within that part of the policy.
Having made the amendment to the emerging master plan to reflect that, I think it feels duplicatory a word to put it in policy as well. I can appreciate why Historic England may wish that, but I thought, bearing in mind where we are with the approach to the master plan, I would have thought that level of detail is probably best left to the master plan and the SPD.
Okay. Ms. Mack, did you wish to respond to that point at all, seeing as it was your point I put to the partnership?
Thank you. I think I would go back to the advice note on site allocations and policy wording, which makes it very clear that it's helpful to have key mitigation and enhancement measures included in the policy. Now, I appreciate that we have arrived at the policy via a master plan in this instance, which wouldn't always take place. But what we're looking for here is clarity within the policy wording to provide a robust framework for any future decision making. And given that it has been acknowledged and recognised that that is an important mitigation measure for heritage, then it seems to me reasonable to request the inclusion of that within the policy.
And you wouldn't be comforted by the inclusion of that with any subsequent SPD? From your perspective, is that a fair reading of your position?
The current status of the SPD is a draft SPD, and SPD does not carry the same weight as local plan policy, and so that is the reason why I think it is important to include it within the plan policy.
Okay. I think I'll reflect on that point. I've heard both sides, so thank you for that, Ms. Mack and Mr. Nelson. Are there any other comments relating to the May Gurney deal ground part of the policy that anyone wishes to make before we move on? Okay, thank you. In which case we'll move on to the section of the policy that deals with Carrow Works. Brief question from me first to the partnership. The term local centre is used at the start of the policy. The term community retail centre is then used in the section of the policy which relates specifically to Carrow Works. A couple of points in relation to that. Firstly, I think ideally there should be consistency of terminology used within the policy. And secondly, I note that a local centre is means something in relation to the retail hierarchy. It's the bottom tier of the retail hierarchy. So presumably would need to be of a certain scale in order to qualify as such. I'm happy to hear a response to those thoughts from the partnership, but I do think there needs to be consistency in just one of those terms used rather than both. And just to be clear, whether it was intended to require a centre being provided that would be of a scale that would merit inclusion at the bottom tier of the retail hierarchy. Thank you.
I might need to seek the advice of some of my colleagues just to clarify that. But I don't think the intention was, I mean, I think I agree with your point that it's probably helpful to have consistency between the two aspects of the policy. Can I get back to you on which our preferred wording was? Because I don't think there's any implication of scale. These are local facilities, and I'm not necessarily sure they do need to form a particular part in the hierarchy. It's just to serve local needs that we've identified in the area.
That's fine. I'm happy for you to reflect on that point, really. Obviously, there's two terms used there. If you were to use local centre, it just seemed to me to imply that it would have to be of that scale. to meet the bottom tier of the retail hierarchy, which is given as a local centre.
Yeah.
Happy for you to reflect on that point, Mr. Nelson. Okay. There was also from Historic England, again, a quite detailed suggested modification to Part 21 of the policy relating to carrow works. It's probably worth me saying when I looked at that, it clearly reflects Historic England's concerns relating to the car park immediately to the south of Carrow Abbey, which myself and Mr. Warden walked through yesterday and we saw in some detail, and it relates to Historic England's concerns as they outlined under question 1 at the start of the session. And I heard the various points of view that were expressed when those concerns were being outlined, as did Mr. Warden. I think we probably need to reflect on those discussions before coming to a view about the inclusion of those suggested comments. So I think that's the position we're likely to take, rather than inviting further discussion on it at this point, if people are happy to leave it at that point now. Okay. Beyond those points, are there any other issues people wanted to raise with regards to the section of the policy that relates specifically to carrow works? Okay. The final element of the policy obviously relates to the utility site. I don't have any particular questions relating to that part of the wording. Are there any other comments from around the room or any other questions people wish to raise about the utility site policy wording? No. Okay. Mr. Warden, did you have any comments you wanted to make in relation to the policy wording?
No, thanks, Mr. Hatfield.
Okay. In which case, we've made reasonably good timing. We've concluded the hearing sessions for today. Thank you all for your contributions. Obviously, we've got an admin session coming up shortly. That was originally programmed for 2. Mr. Warden and Annette, do we have a view on when we might wish to schedule that? Obviously, it's a separate link we'll need to follow for Teams.
We'll take a break till quarter. Well, we'll finish this session now, and we'll start the admin session at 2:45, if that's acceptable to. Go on.
Is that fine with the partnership?
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. In which case, the hearing session's closed. Thank you all for your contributions, and we'll see the partnership at 2:45. Thank you.